Yep. Just need to work on getting a couple more things set up, but it should be all set. And testing audio, you are coming through just fine.
Hey, awesome. Okay, and now I have you pulled up. And you can't hear my computer, can you?
No, not that I hear. Not that I can. Hey, Wolf.
Make this window slightly small. Oh, God. What have I done?
Ah, hello, Heretic. You know what? That name is oddly fitting today.
Mm-hmm.
The name that you see on the screen right now is the name for the new channel where this content will be. Like, I love being able to talk about this stuff, but it's not exactly a good fit for what is basically a gaming channel. So I was trying to activate it for the stream tonight, but YouTube's being a brat.
A bat?
Shut up. But yeah, no, YouTube's being a brat and it's like, your channel will be available for streaming in 24 hours. Like, oh, you bastards.
We will have a Twitter, but I'm working on it now.
Yep. So the Twitter is being made right now.
Fortunately, being put in charge of the Twitter at this point in time.
I am sorry.
Don't be sorry. It's just an issue of me not being good with social media accounts.
Yeah. What's today's game? Nah, it's not a game today. It's just hanging out and enjoying some cringe. Like, this is a new YouTube channel, or at least what it's going to be. And is it just me? Okay, no, it's showing everything. So this will be where any Christian content or whatever we decide to react to is going to go on here.
That's one way to describe it. Christian content. We're a Christian channel.
Technically.
No, not technically.
So.
Technically, we are an atheist channel.
Yeah, but technically it would have a fair bit of Christians on it.
That's true, I suppose.
By default or by. So we got. Looks like 5 videos that were brought up by Scatr, so.
I figured I'd go with an easy, just like low hanging fruit, so low it's dragging the ground. So I found some very scroll defined videos. Some of them I haven't seen yet,
Oh,
but
jeez.
I'm curious because the title just drew me in, and there's a couple that I have seen.
Oh, wonderful. I typically try not to watch their stuff, but. Well.
Really, I've only seen them. The two that I have seen, one was because it was someone else responding to the video, and the other one was just because I kind of wanted to make sure it would be decent content. I think it's all right. Right,
Okay.
I think it will do.
Okay. With that, so I can. Okay. But yeah, so we got 5 videos up here. Whether or not we get to all of them, I don't know. But practical advice for dating and marriage, physical boundaries in a romantic relationship, part 3 of 4. Most challenging things about being a Christian teen girl. Project Modesty, how to combine fashion and modesty. Or 6 guys you shouldn't date, court, or marry. And I need to actually try that. Like, my initial response on that game was not exactly positive. So, which one should we cringe to today?
One, you
First.
have one pulled up right there. We can start with this one.
Please start with this one. Is that what you said?
I said we can start with this one. Doesn't matter to me.
I mean, this is oddly fitting, so we can see if, according to them, I'm a good fit for you.
That's true. It's time to see if you meet the checklist. We gotta see if you're one of the 6 guys I shouldn't be dating.
Oh, wonderful.
I love. Oh, by the way, that it's date, court, or marry makes me laugh because, especially if you were homeschooled during your teen years, you absolutely heard of at least someone who was courting as opposed to dating.
So, wouldn't courting just be what Ross did in Friends?
No. Courting, in the Christian lingo, is basically very, how do I start this? Dating where you and the other person are not supposed to be ever really be left alone. You always have other friends around or chaperones. It's like the most bland, impersonal
Oh, jeez.
form of dating there is, to the point where they don't even want to call it dating, so they just refer to it courting, even though it's still dating. I mean...
Okay.
And we can do the Christian teen girl video. I haven't gotten to watch that one yet, so I was very curious. What was my greatest struggle as a Christian teen girl?
I mean,
I know.
it could all be fairly interesting.
Right.
So, let's try this one first.
So let's do it.
Okay. And I do apologize. Apparently there are some mild technical issues where every now and again it sounds like you're echoing or like it's lagging and like repeating what you said for the past second.
Are you sure it's not picking up what my stream on my end? Mute it like this. Is it affecting it?
It's not that. Especially not that quickly.
Oh, okay. Got it. Just making sure.
Yeah, I heard about Vic. I liked his voice. I liked the characters he voiced. But yeah, he's kind of a weird person in person. But, okay, let's go ahead and check this one out. The most challenging things about being a Christian teen girl. Oh god, how quick are we going to get through a 6-minute video?
You'll see. Let's find out.
So, I know you're going to be a couple of seconds behind, so go ahead and tell me when to pause.
You got it. I already know the drill. Let's go.
Hey, it's Kristen and Bethany and Rebecca!
Oh god, there's 3 of them. Why?
And today on the vlog, we're going to be talking about the most challenging things about being a Christian teen girl.
You know what? I'm going to be that asshole. Out of the 3 of them, the one that is not there is automatically prettier to me. The one that is usually not there is automatically prettier.
I will say I like her eyebrows more than the other 2.
And her smile looks more genuine.
Really? Because right now it looks like she's in pain.
Yeah.
We are so excited because we have
you're right.
Our younger sister, Rebecca. She actually runs a blog and an Instagram called Hello Modesty, basically inspiring Christian girls on how to combine fashion and modesty.
Oh god, no. Never mind. I take everything back.
That she agreed to come because she's a teen. You're only 17. Yeah. Basically a new...
I take everything back. Oh God, why? No, no, get away from those two.
Continue the video. We haven't even made it like a few seconds and they've said
Lord,
nothing.
like tiny little baby compared to us. And she's going to talk with us about the hardest things about being a Christian teen girl, since she is a teen. She probably has more experience right now than the two of us. So, Rebecca, since you're
let
a
us
teen girl,
know.
do you remember a specific time in your life, maybe recently, maybe a little while ago, when being a Christian teen girl was really challenging for you?
Yeah, so it was a few years ago that I was talking to this friend and she was asking me, oh, have you seen this latest movie? And I was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. So the conversation kind of developed and more friends gathered and they were just going on about like Hollywood and movies and music, and I really didn't know much of what they were saying. So I was like, oh, this is so awkward, like just nodding my head. I don't know really what you're talking about. So it was hard not really fitting in or knowing anything that they were saying. It felt awkward. Like I was kind of like,
What
oh,
the
you're
fuck does that have to do with anything?
So that was really hard.
So do you want me to pause?
Not knowing what they were talking about.
Sure.
To me, that just sounds like a side effect of just being sheltered.
Right.
And, like, closed off and forbidden from actually experiencing anything in the world.
Right, because, I mean, I certainly know back in my teen years when I was in youth group and attending Sunday school and everything else, all the other teens knew very well what was going on in pop culture. Music, movies, etc. You may have had like a few real sheltered kids, or like, my mommy won't let me watch that movie. She says it's got naughty things in it, but beyond that, like, the majority of people wouldn't know what's playing in theaters, know what popular music is on. We didn't just listen to the Christian music stations or whatever.
Yeah. But, and addressing what Danny said, yes, but I think they're using their 17-year-old sisters simply because that's somebody they have right there.
And it's someone who is currently a teen.
Yeah. So they're trying to be relatable.
Hashtag relatable. Hello, fellow kids.
Somebody can go to town with this pause frame out of context. Wait, what?
I don't know where your mind is going with that, but I don't want to explore that any further. Let's continue.
The one on the right's like staring into your soul. Yeah, let's continue. Oh shit. No, come on.
Yeah, that would be really hard. I can even remember back in the day when we felt that way. And it is hard because you feel like, I want to be on the latest. I want to kind of know what's going on. You feel kind of awkward.
Yeah.
But from your experience, why were you wanting to be like on the up and up? Why did you want to be up on the latest?
I mean, it was mostly that I just wanted to fit in. It felt awkward that my friends were talking about stuff that I didn't know about. Even, it wasn't necessarily like bad stuff, but it was just like, I just didn't know anything that they were talking about. I wanted to fit in. I didn't want to be like the different girl, or oh, she's more weird, or she doesn't know what we know. So that was kind of the hard part.
Yes, I'm sure everyone thinks you're so weird.
I mean, they would probably be seen as less weird if all three of them weren't dyeing their hair bleach blonde from their natural brunette.
I don't think they are dyeing it. I think they just have dark roots. So that's not abnormal.
That, to me, that's typically something that I would look for if somebody's hair was dyed.
I don't think so. I think they all are just blonde. Shade of blonde, but I do think they are all blonde.
I don't know.
I don't think that matters, though.
Yeah.
That's beyond the point. I'm failing to see why this teenage girl would just be considered so weird. I can see sheltered, for sure.
Like, she is.
But if we're saying, like, this girl is most likely hanging out with other, from her church and youth group, and then, like, other girls at school. That way she looks, the way she talks, and everything else. I doubt that she's really that outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
She's not exactly like one of the emo kids or a hardcore nerd or anything like that.
But no, it's
she
like,
looks pretty standard.
yeah, she looks like somebody you just wouldn't peg out, basically.
Right.
But like using you for an example, you were homeschooled and you weren't even this sheltered. It's like if she's wow, just
Get into a whole other thing about how homeschool does not equate sheltered and all. It just kind of depends on what her homeschooling is like.
I mean, yeah, well, as Wolf is saying, it's like she does seem like she'd fit in with anybody.
Right.
Which-
That's what I'm saying. She looks pretty standard.
And while yes, there is definitely a fairly heavy makeup, it does look better on her than the older ones.
I don't think that would matter that much.
I
in a
know. Just
high school setting. I think you're.
I'm just
I think you're
nitpicking.
focusing.
I'm just nitpicking to insult the elders. The elders. So
Anyway,
that's just me being an asshole.
okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
It's just I didn't know what they were saying, and I wanted to fit in
Yeah.
to what like those girls' lives.
Yeah, Bex, I know a lot of girls out there can relate, and we can
Yeah.
too back in the day, because it is hard when you're not up on
Yeah.
the latest. And unfortunately, a lot of times being up on the latest, up on all the latest movies and the music and all of the pop culture isn't always the best for us as Christian
Yeah.
girls, because a lot of times the latest isn't necessarily stuff that honors God, but we feel that peer pressure. But as Christian girls, we have to be willing to say, you know what, I'm willing to be kind of the odd one out in this situation.
Yeah.
Kind of in a sense,
It's
I'm
true.
willing to not be up on the latest because I know that that stuff isn't going to be good for
Yeah.
me, and I'm willing not to go there, even if it's countercultural,
Yeah.
even if it's hard.
Her face.
What?
Her fucking face. This younger sister. Like if you watch her face whenever they're talking about that, sometimes you have to miss out on things that just aren't God honoring. She kind of has like this, like a, yeah, I guess whatever. Fuck.
But
Wanted to do was watch Twilight, but okay.
to be fair, Thor honors a god.
I mean, not really. It's not loyal to mythology, so
Yeah, even still.
I'm just messing. No, but
True Lord and Savior, Odin. He's the All-Father. He started Christmas.
anyway, but no, I mean, like, this is so dumb. This idea, like, oh, you have to be Christians, you have to cut out anything that's not God honoring. So, what exactly does that mean? Because that seems pretty
That is incredibly vague.
right. Does that mean you can only watch fucking pure flicks? Because in that case, just don't watch anything. Anything's better than pure flicks, and nothing is better than pure flicks.
So,
You know,
does that mean all three of them have every bit of God's Not Dead memorized?
Oh god, they might, but only the first two, because the third one sympathizes with the atheists, with the cool atheist brother character that everyone likes.
Okay.
Seriously, the third one did not get the reception that the first two did. If I'm not mistaken, it is because, like, was actually more. It was still very much conservative Christian, but it started to lean a little towards being nuanced.
Yeah.
That didn't do it for him, I guess. Oh, we were told stuff like this in youth group about how, you know, we shouldn't be consuming media that is in any way that didn't honor God, that was a bad influence, basically. So watching things that might have a sex scene in it or something, or into rap music that wasn't fucking Lecrae,
God, I was definitely not raised that way. Like,
I wasn't raised that way. That's what's funny is, I mean, I only heard that stuff in youth group. That wasn't something family promoted or anything like that.
no, like
Showed me during my teen, and my mom thought I was too young to see it. That was about as like strict as it got.
like I just remember being banned from playing the game The Suffering because I think it was my very Catholic grandmother accidentally walked in when I was playing the game, which actually I can't even say accidentally because I was playing it in her damn kitchen.
What were you thinking?
That's what the Xbox was.
Michael, you gotta
But-
have like some sneakiness.
But no, it's like what was not liked was they witnessed a me decapitating a prisoner.
Eh.
So
Imagine the reaction.
oops. So I was not allowed to play that game again. Not for a while.
Sure, I swear to God. Gotta be sneaky.
Oops. But
What the fuck, Danny?
I used to volunteer as Christian summer camp.
Um,
Hey,
you know what? If you go to hell, it's
I mean-
alright. I'll be there too. We'll just all have a fun time.
hey, we're gonna have all the great musicians. We're gonna have all the hell's not gonna be hot. We got all the scientists. You know damn well they've already got that place cooled up
Yeah.
the wazoo with AC. We'll get to go talk, we'll chat with Aristotle and Socrates, and
We can drink. We can dance. We can
we'll have the fucking party.
have cocaine.
Ah,
Alright,
But-
let's move on. We've not made that far in this video.
I know one thing that I find. Oh fuck, sorry, I clicked on the wrong button. Okay, but here we go.
So back to another question. Is it hard for you as a Christian teen girl in this modern culture to stay focused on God?
Yeah, it really is so hard because we're bombarded every day with like magazines, billboards, TV, iPhones. Like everyone's telling you something different. So it's like, oh, you need to have a boyfriend, or oh, you need to stay skinny, or oh, you need to eat healthy, or whatever it is. They're always telling you something else that you have to do. So it's hard to stay focused on God when most people aren't telling
the
you.
fuck you
They're telling
talking
what you
to?
need.
Ain't nobody talk like that.
That's just culture itself, and you need to have more focus on yourself.
Like, no. Can't even think straight right now because no one fucking talks like that.
Just
This is a stereotype that people tell you that the world tells you when you're in church.
yeah.
But no one's, in reality, talking to the world, which they define as pretty much anyone outside the church. They're telling you, you don't need to get a boyfriend or a girlfriend. You don't need to get married. You don't have to be for skinny. You can be however the fuck you want. You can dress however the fuck you want. You can present however the fuck you want. No one is pushing this on you except the church.
The funny thing is, what I think they're mislabeling by using the world is they're going through any store and they're considering the world to be every magazine on the end. Because everything she just said sounded like the covers of like Cosmopolitan and all that bullshit.
That's true. You're right. And I do think at one point when I was watching someone respond to another one of their videos, they did specifically bring up people like talking about modesty or something. and they specifically referred to magazines they saw while walking through the store.
Which,
so that probably is exactly what.
and that's
to.
not the world. If they are
close.
so ignorant to believe that's the world, then all this other stuff is very believable that they actually think it. Okay. Like,
To hear they're saying stuff that's like worldly, so it's really hard as a teen girl to stay focused on God when you're just bombarded with so much of the worldly stuff out there.
So are there any verses that have helped you stay focused on God as a Christian teen girl?
Yeah, totally. So there is one that I have read a lot that has helped me as a Christian teen girl and really encouraged me, and it's 1 John 2:15 through 17. Do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the desires of the flesh and the desires of the eyes and pride of life, is not from the Father, but is from the world. And the world is passing away along with its desires, but whoever does the will of God abides forever. And what I really learned from that verse is...
Isn't everything in the world made from the Creator, so wouldn't...
Yeah, but we made it wrong, bad.
But we made it with what was given to us, apparently.
It's not God's fault. God can do no wrong. It is because we are filthy, filthy sinners. Disgusting creatures of the flesh.
Well, we were made in His image.
Exactly, Danny. He made you in His image. Unless you're gay or you don't conform to the Christian ideal, then something with you got messed up in the process, apparently. Except that can't be right, because God doesn't make mistakes.
Except when He does. And God doesn't lie. But another thing that I love is how she was just talking about how iPhones and all this bullshit, and then she's sitting there holding what I presume is a goddamn iPhone. Did they bless it and make it holy with that gaudy pink case?
You are way too focused on their aesthetic right now. Like, forget their points. I think you spent too much time talking about how you don't like their appearance and their fucking, like, aesthetic that they got going on than their actual, like, content.
But no, it's like, this one in particular, I think you have far better points than I would, because you, especially with what they're saying is, you spent a lot of time homeschooled. You grew up in a much more fundamental...
The homeschooling part wasn't the issue.
But no,
like, I know
you grew up connected to a church far more than I did.
Right. But I do want to clear that up real quick, because everyone seems to have this misconception that if you were homeschooled and family was Christian, then it must have been part of some religious indoctrination.
Yeah.
My parents pulled me out of school because my education that I was getting wasn't that great. I was having a ton of anxiety because I was being bullied and because I was having issues with certain teachers at that school.
Yep. But
I was fucking miserable, and they were getting pissed off with the people in charge over there, so they pulled me out. My education was fine. It was, in fact, good enough to the point where I was able to graduate an associate's degree when I graduated high school, and then get a bachelor's degree 2 years early. So I wasn't just completely, turned away from actual education. The point was to make my education better.
Yes. No, it's like, that's why I'm bringing it up to you, is people will have the misconception, hey, homeschool is going to be this and this, but they're talking about all these pressures being girl, and, like, she's sounding stupid sheltered, and, like, I'm using you as, like, the cliche, hey, this is super sheltered, and you weren't anywhere near like that.
Oh. I could think of much different and better points as to, challenging things about being a Christian teen girl. For instance, you want to hear one of the things I hated to hear the most, even knowing that as a teen, I was a complete virgin throughout all my teen years, right?
Yeah.
Right. At one point, it was guaranteed if you went to youth group or Sunday school in your teens, that you were going to hear use the whole tape thing, or the flower, or whatever in terms of your virginity. So, in other words, you were a piece of tape. If you have sex with someone, that's like you as a piece of tape sticking to them, and you get peeled off, and then you stick to another person. Well, now with each person, you lose your stickiness. The same with the thing with the flower, except having sex is losing a petal or whatever. And there's different ones, but all kind of summing up to if you are not a perfect virgin, then you lesser, at the very least, as a partner.
It's
even say like it wasn't necessarily just like having sex; it was doing anything that would be considered sexual.
yeah.
As you have seen before, when looking through other Christian stuff, it can be for some people just how you hug them if you don't do the awkward side hugs. Yeah. I think that's one of the more challenging things than I guess being sheltered as a Christian teen girl. But that's just my opinion as a former teen.
Yeah. And yeah.
That's just one of them.
And I'm sorry, Danny, but yeah, pink is not typically my cup of tea. And why did they make a YouTube video? I don't know. Obviously, they didn't pay much stock to the part in the Bible that says no woman should have authority over a man.
Or teach.
Teach. This seems like they're trying to teach.
Teacher have authority over a man. That's what it is.
Okay. So, and here we go.
Is that the things of the world and what people are saying is really, that's not going to last. That's going to pass away. And we need to stay focused on God and stay strong, because that's really where we're going in life. And that's the goal, is to be more like Christ in the end. So that's kind of the verse that I really like.
So good.
Encouraged me.
Last question to wrap things up. As a Christian teen girl, how would you encourage any teen girl out there that's watching this video, how would you encourage her to stand strong as a Christian teen girl in this crazy modern culture?
Yeah, so the struggle really is real, and I know it because I'm a teen girl and I've lived it out. So
the struggle is real.
Really stay focused on God are to read His.
God damn it. Yep. And am I okay being an asshole?
Go ahead.
So they're talking about living more like Christ, right?
Yeah.
So would that mean basically piss off authority and get killed by 33 when you're still pretty?
God dang it, Mike. Focus on actual points here. Come on now.
But no, it's like hearing a lot of things that like actually hearing more people talk about the Sermon on the Mount, for example. That's one of the more famous things that Jesus supposedly did. If I understood it correctly, that is actually one of the first places where what is colloquially known now as hell was first stated. And if that's the case, burning in hell was effectively first introduced by Jesus. So you got this person that's supposed to be the ultimate arbiter. He's going to be suffering and die for everybody's sins, who's just introduced the most terrible punishment if you don't trust him.
Moreover, why does the all-powerful God require a blood sacrifice to cleanse us of our sins?
Yeah.
All-powerful, aren't you? Aren't you? But you don't need it, but you want it.
Yeah.
Reasons. Shoot the kink, I don't know.
It's...
As a sadist, I guess. Yeah, I don't understand why that would be necessary. If you are an all-powerful God, why do you require someone to die for your creation's sins? To cleanse them, essentially.
It's like something like that. Like, I can look at it and it's like, humans are stronger than that. Because we can look at a human that wronged us and like, you did your time. I can forgive you for this action. Or it's like, it depending on the action, it's like, I know there's some things that have been done to me that person will never come back into my life. But humans have a greater capacity to forgive without a sacrifice than the person does who apparently made everything.
Mm-hmm. Just to go back from our tangent back to what they were talking about. That is something that I feel like is perpetuated as being the struggles of a Christian teen, boy or girl, is the idea that, you're going to be exposed to the world, and we got to make sure that you're not corrupted by the world.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that shit.
That seems sketchy in and of itself. It's like disregarding the idea that Jesus walked along the world and he sat with the people considered to be the lowliest of the low. You disregard that.
Cough, priest, learn from this.
I don't. If your faith is not so strong that you can't be exposed to people and their ideas and their thoughts and different. If you can't be exposed to anything else but what goes on in your Christian circle, without your Christianity, without your beliefs, peril, there's something wrong with the beliefs.
Yeah.
If it doesn't stand up to scrutiny or to influence, it's not that strong to begin with.
Yeah, that's the issue, is truth will stand up to scrutiny, and the fact that they're trying to shield people from scrutiny is exposing that their argument, their points aren't that strong on their own.
Well, that's the reason why they typically only use as sources the Bible and other Christian bloggers, whatever else.
It's like,
If you look for any other justification, like any practical justification, line up.
it's like, yeah, it's looking at a lot of stuff. It's like, I know in some of my arguments, I specifically ask, hey, do you have a source to back up your claim that does not link back to the Bible as a source of them?
Mm-hmm.
Which they can't. But, okay. So let's see if we can marathon the last minute and a half.
Right.
Word and to pray. Like, really digging in deep, because if you're always filling your mind with the things of the world or what your friends are saying, that's not going to last. That's not what the goal is in life. So you really want to focus on God and what He's saying and fill your mind with the truth rather than what the world's saying.
Wow, Bex, thank you so much for giving up some of your time and coming on and guesting on Girl Defined and just sharing your insight and wisdom, because even though we were teen girls, we're not teen girls right now in this time in history, and so you are kind of experiencing it. You're in the trenches with them, so I know you all probably appreciate
the
it.
trenches.
I know I did, and even I was encouraged and learned some stuff this week, so thank you so much. If you want to see more from Rebecca, she has a lot going on, some really awesome stuff. You can check out her blog, HelloModesty.com, and check her out on Instagram and Twitter, just at Hello Modesty. You'll find her all sorts of fun, encouraging, inspiring things. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you liked it, we'd love it if you give us a thumbs up.
Yeah, nope. I think the last 30 seconds are going to be plugs. So.
So in summary, to make sure you remain a good Christian girl, isolate yourself from outside influences to stay within your church bubble, and sure that you don't show off your shoulders, because you don't want to bring up the lust in any of them boys.
Because obviously...
Alright. Yeah. No, most of these videos have a terrible like to dislike ratio.
Oh, okay, here, let me help that.
Yeah. It's like really close to the middle.
Okay, so that one's gone. Beep. So we got Project Modesty, 6 guys you shouldn't court, date, or marry. I said that backwards. Practical advice for dating and marriage, and physical boundaries in a romantic relationship.
Think. Look for putting Mike to the test to see if he's one of the guys I shouldn't be dating, courting, or marrying.
So the dating one?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Here we go. Full screen. And... boop.
Hey girls, it's Kristen and Bethany here with Girl Defined Ministries, and in today's vlog we want to share with you 6 guys you shouldn't date, court, or marry. I remember being a young girl and kind of thinking that every guy was probably pretty much amazing, and thinking that, oh, when I grow up it'll be, kind of easy to find like an awesome godly guy. Then I hit 18, 19, 20 and realized, you know what? There are a lot of really awesome godly guys out there, but there are also a lot that are just not quite so awesome, just in their journey of life and spiritual journey, not quite where they need to be. And I have learned, we both had learned, from back in the old days, back when you were young, and before you met and married Zach. You've been in relationships. Yeah. I have been in relationships, and I realized that there are certain types of guys that I do not want to date, court, or marry. And we want to tell you about these 6 guys that you shouldn't date, court, or marry. Okay, so guy number...
Learn me the ways.
So, should we stop it at the end of every single one just to comment on it?
Sure. Let's do that. We'll let them finish each one and finish at the end of each one.
Okay. Like that seems like a pretty standard, or that seems like a pretty good format for this one.
All right, let's do it.
Bet they're gonna name weebs.
Sorry, Mike.
Well, shite.
Number 1 that you shouldn't date, court, or marry is this: Mr. Talk. Mr. Talk is also known as Mr. Smooth. He's the guy that can say he can talk the talk, but he might not necessarily be walking the walk. So, for example, he might say, yeah, I love the Lord, I love going to church, I love getting involved, I love reading my Bible, but behind the scenes, he isn't actually really doing those things. He's not consistently going to church, and he's not consistently reading his Bible. Another example might be, he might say, I value purity. I love what God's Word says about purity. I'm on board. I'm all about it. But then in the relationship, he's the one constantly, subtly tempting you to compromise, or he's compromising himself. So Mr. Talk is the guy that can say all the right things, but he isn't actually living the life to back it up. And talk is cheap. If you're just giving talk, but you're not putting the action behind it, then you need to be very, very cautious of a guy like that. And guy number 2.
So, I think you're safe, because you know what? You say that you are not going to follow God, yet you are an atheist, and you act like it. So we're safe.
And I say I'm an asshole, and I am kind of an asshole, so...
You have your moments of smoothness, I suppose, but overall, you're kind of a dork, which I adore. I think you're safe in this criteria. I don't think you fall into this category.
Yeah, I know. I was saying earlier, it's technical issues where, like, it's like it's repeating just a second of, like, a half a second as you talk. So, like, depending on what you're saying, Scatr, like, it'll, like, repeat the final word that you said.
It's weird.
Yeah, like, right there, it just did it. But...
Is it my mic, do you think? I wouldn't think it'd be the mic.
That, I really don't know, honestly. Well, we can try figuring that out at a later time.
Alright.
Like, it's not too distracting, it's just there.
At the end of this video, I'll grab my headphones with a different mic and we can try that one.
Okay.
But anyway.
And point number 2. She looks high.
Bro, this is a sick movie. You shouldn't be dating Courtney Marion. The guy that fucking steals your weed, man.
Okay. So here we go.
2 is Mr. Anger. This is the guy that gets, like, set off by really small things. It might just be, like, you know, driving in a car and someone just barely comes in his other lane and he gets, like, blows up and gets really mad. Or you say something like, hey, what about this? And then he's like, oh, why do you want to do that? You know, it's a guy that just does not have control of his temper, does not have control over his tongue and his mouth and what he's thinking. And it just, like a volcano, blows up. And I would caution you, be very, very careful with a guy like that. We have known some like that, and I personally would never date, court, or marry a Mr. Anger, and I would encourage you not to either. And guys,
I can get behind that one.
Yeah, that was actually a valid point.
Like,
if you're with someone and you realize they don't have control over temper, yeah, don't date them. That's not a good idea, even if it's just they get angry very easily, can still have negative effects on a relationship. And yeah, no, I actually agree with that one. That's a very valid point.
That was well stated. So I will give him that credit too.
Agreed.
So now let's see him throw that down the drain.
guy number 3 that you definitely shouldn't date, court, or marry is Mr. Struggle. Now, we all have our struggles in life, right? But we're talking about here with Mr. Struggle is a guy who's struggling with big things, and he always says, I'm trying, I'll do better next time, I promise I'm going to overcome this sin, I promise I'm going to get better in this area. But as his track record continues, he never actually overcomes those struggles. So for example, maybe pornography, maybe irresponsible spending, maybe just not getting places on time ever, or really managing the relationships in his life or his responsibilities very well. He's just always struggling, but always telling you that he's gonna do better, that he's gonna get over it. So we highly caution you with a guy that's really struggling, because if you're the only accountability partner in this guy's life, if he's saying, I'm struggling, but I'm gonna get over it, can you just help me, you need to help me, that is not a good setup. This guy, if he's serious about overcoming a sin, he's gonna make the steps and take the steps to go find an older, godlier man in his church who can hold him accountable and really get serious about helping him overcome his struggles. So we caution you, be very careful with a guy who is always struggling but never overcoming them. And
okay. I agree and disagree on certain things. Explain. So I agree. You shouldn't. I would say Mr. Struggle is fair. If someone is struggling with someone, hey, to try and help them help through things they're going through. Everyone's got shit that they're going through. Some people it's more than others. And it's totally okay for you to be with that person and help them through it. There's nothing wrong with that. I will say, though, there's that mindset of well, oh, can fix him. Something wrong there. The I can fix him mentality is a bad one that you need to be careful of because, well, I know he drinks away all of his money and all of my money, and he gets kind of angry sometimes and calls me awful names, but he always says he's really sorry and whatever else. Don't stay with this idea like, oh, I can fix it.
Yeah, no.
That's someone who is struggling with pornography. Even if we did agree that that was a struggle, I don't think that's something that is there like, oh, you need to go find someone else to deal with that. Don't come to me with that shit. You gotta handle that shit yourself.
Yeah, it's like, while being addicted to pornography can be a thing,
it's usually
it's
what they refer to as a pornography addicted is just anyone that watches porn.
Yeah,
it's to any degree.
But yeah, it's having a girl, guy, doesn't matter. Having somebody who dates someone who is not doing the best with the mindset of, hey, this is a project person. They're not doing so hot, so I might be able to try making them into what I want.
It's a mentality of he's broken and he's this tortured soul that has suffered so I can fix him and make him whole again.
Yeah. But also, hello, Cross.
Sup, Cross? Welcome to Cringe.
But yeah, it's like that was kind of like 50-50, but like
I think it's normal for if someone that you're dating has something they're going through, they're having problems, that it's totally okay to try and help them with those problems in any way that you can.
But yeah, it's okay. So let's see what number 4 is.
Number 4 is Mr. Obsessed. And now I've been around guys who are like pretty much obsessed with me. They are, I'm basically like the most important thing in their entire world. And you know what? Honestly, it is kind of flattering. Yeah. And if you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. It's who doesn't like a guy giving you like so much attention and just basically treating you like you're the queen of the entire world. I mean, that's pretty amazing. And of course, it's not wrong to be loved and cherished. Yeah. But we're talking about a guy who is literally obsessed with you. Like, you are even more important than God. You basically as the God of his life. And that is an idol. That is totally out of order. God needs to be the most important person in his life. So if you are around a Mr. Obsessed and you can tell that you are the most important person in his life, I would really caution you, because this is someone that I would not date, court, or marry, despite how flattering it may seem. So I would just encourage you to be very careful around a Mr. Obsessed. And guys,
they have very different definitions of what is considered obsessive.
Yeah.
If someone is obsessed with you, like actually obsessed with you,
like if they're stealing hair off your comb,
they're doing me upset. If they're stalking you, if they're like they have this constant need to know where you are, like where are you right now? What are you doing with? If they have to be around you at all times, like things like that. Those are actual obsessive behaviors. Yeah, run far and run fast. But what you're describing doesn't sound like obsession.
Especially the "you're more important than God." It
sounds to me like them describing someone like, I once dated this guy I just did that we just cuddle and watch a movie at home rather than go to church. Like, what does that mean when you say God? I don't know.
It's like, while the title of their number 4, I agree with, the meat of what they use to defend it is not something I can agree with.
Avoid someone who is actually obsessive. What they're describing as obsessive is not what we would consider obsessive. That is not.
And Rook and Danny, that was an awesome response, back and forth. And
that's actually pretty cute. I like it.
And as Wolf said, the most important should be yourself. It's like, yes, but even that can be taken to an extreme. Case in point, it's like, one family member that I stopped talking to actually was posting, like, one example was he posted a video of himself. There was he was just dancing in his apartment, which is no big deal or whatever, but he was thinking he was the absolute best person in the world, and like there was no problem at all that in the background of the video, as he was dancing, was his, at the moment, now ex-girlfriend getting her stuff and leaving the house. He just did not give a shit. It's like that. It's like that's the point where yourself
don't be a narcissist and don't be obsessive. Don't be a creepazoid.
Yeah.
Don't be stealing your girlfriend's underthing. Don't be stalking her, finding her place to work, and constantly asking where they are, where they're at, who they're with, what are they doing.
Yeah, it's like don't be an yeah. Agreed. So, number 5?
Let's do it.
Guy number 5 is Mr. Pressure. Mr. Pressure is the guy who is always putting pressure on you to do things that maybe you know you shouldn't do, areas of compromise where you're like, I'm not really sure if that's the right thing. And he's like, come on, just do it. It's not a big deal. Mr. Pressures are everywhere, and we've talked to girls who feel that pressure.
It's just butt stuff.
And they actually feel like if they don't give in to what this guy wants, then he's going to leave them. That in order to sustain the relationship, they basically have to do everything he wants them to do. And girls, that is not a healthy relationship. That is not a guy that's caring about you more than he's caring about himself. Mr. Pressure cares more about himself. He wants to get what he wants, and he wants you to help him get that. He doesn't care as much about honoring God and pushing you closer to the Lord. So we highly caution you against dating, courting, or even marrying a Mr. Pressure. And guy number...
Yeah, all that is a not so subtle way of saying, don't date someone that's going to try and convince you to have sex with them. Yeah, don't date someone who was even attempting the notion of having sex with you.
Yeah, and just and if you really want to take this a little different pathway, that also could be avoiding someone who will actually try making you think.
Although, considering they're targeting this app, because this is pretty like...
Yeah, this is definitely... Their target is somebody that is... I'm sorry, but their target is, like,
teens.
Cross.
Teens. Their target is teens, and as someone who was in youth group, we heard crap like this all the time. This is basically where if they're trying to get you to have sex, or sometimes, you know, you could also be used to say, like, if they're trying to pressure you into doing the alcohols and the drugs, and get away from that filthy sinner. Repent.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And we'll say some of these points initially don't sound bad. Like if you just say Mr. Pressure, I can see a good point coming out of that.
Yeah.
Don't date someone who's gonna who just tries to push you and pressure you into things you do not want to do.
Agreed. It's like like so far the titles of their points are very good, but
what their actual points are bad.
It's like bad or extremely misleading or misdirection. And actually, as Danny just put it, all of them are right. They just give the worst backup.
It's like if you only read the titles, these are good things. If you actually say what their points actually are titles, but the actual arguments that they're giving are shit.
Yeah. Okay. And number 6. What are they going to title it?
Allie.
Number 6 is Mr. Unsaved. Now this is the type of guy. He's cute, he's gentlemanly, he's nice, he's charming. He is just like the package deal. Except one thing. He's not.
Go back.
A Mr. Pressure. And guy number 6
Okay, so
is Mr. Unsaved.
Watch
now
Bethany.
This is the type of guy. He's cute.
Wait, is that left or right?
Left.
Cute,
Left.
He's gentlemanly, he's nice, he's charming. He is just like the package deal. Except one problem.
He buys you gifts.
He is Mr. Unsaved.
God damn it. Well, I'm sorry.
We've had a good run. It was a fun time.
But it's like leading up to this makes me think that they found somebody who was like, "You're Mr. Perfect. What church do you go to?" "I don't." Fuck.
Danny. I'm sorry, Rook. I need a good Christian boy. Talking about Danny. Christian boy wouldn't be dating another boy. That's sinful.
No. You remember what Steve Hofstetter said? Leviticus is the first issue of Cosmo. Man shall not lie with another man as one would lie with a woman. They have different parts. You flip him over.
That's fucking hilarious.
Before Leviticus, two guys are just banging dicks. It's like, no, whoa. God damn it.
Yeah.
I highly recommend looking up The Secret Optimist. I love that comedy special.
Yeah, you showed me that bit before. It's freaking funny. But yeah, God forbid that, pun intended, that you find yourself someone who is perfect for you in every way, who's your perfect match. The two of you are compatible in every way. Oh no, gasp. Are not saved.
But there is one thing that I find kind of funny with how they said it, though. Is they're telling you to avoid someone like myself who is unsaved. Their words. But the funny thing is that I've known Christian women who will date atheists to try to save them.
Yeah, the project mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's scummy. And don't get me wrong, I understand if you end up dating someone and you find out her religious beliefs don't jive or whatever, or lack of religious beliefs, whichever it is. But if you actually go into it with the plan to fix them, to save them. That is not healthy. That is not good for a relationship of any kind, and breed a lot of resentment.
Yeah, that, like, you're kicking the can down the road that is going to crush you. But the fact that they're saying to avoid them makes me think that they're more worried that these good Christian girls will be pulled out of the faith by, let's face it, reason.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they don't see it as it being reason. They see it as you may be corrupted. Yeah, no. No.
Yeah, and as Danny just put there, that is an absolutely, like, I'm sorry, to me something like that would be a constant point of contention.
It's something that
Is like,
is pretty awful about the Catholic Church specifically.
Yeah.
Because the Catholic Church, there are, like, if a Catholic person marries a Catholic person, it can be a Christian or it can be someone who isn't Christian, atheist, whatever. They get married. For the marriage to be recognized by the church, they have to agree the children will be raised Catholic. The Catholic Church will not recognize the marriage.
well,
It actually be yeah, basically.
well, I guess the church doesn't recognize my parents, despite them being married 20 years.
It works. Now the Catholic, and so if that's how it turns out, I met someone who cool. She was Catholic. Her husband was Baptist, and she went with her kids to mass, and he went to his church.
That, no, it's let's say we have a child right now. It's
No, I'm not ready, Michael.
Okay, no. My biggest goal would be to raise a child to be a good person for the sake of being a good person.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if they find religion later, more power to them. I want them to be able to have the mindset to make that choice for themselves, not be raised in it and expect them to stay in it because they were raised in it.
Right.
But yeah, okay. We already broke our format, so let's let them finish the point 6.
Fine.
And now, girls, I don't care how cute he is. I don't care if he is literally like the hottest thing that you've ever seen in your entire life, with the best muscles, whatever it is, you are just like dropping dead in his presence. If he is not a Christian, the Bible makes it very clear that you should not marry him. So this is not like well, maybe, but he's really nice. But what if he comes to church with me? No. If this guy is not a Christian, if he is a Mr. Unsaved, there is no compromising here. This is an automatic no. And the Bible makes that very, very
Cite
clear.
your source, please.
So Mr. Unsaved is someone that you should never, under any circumstances, no matter what, date, court, or marry. So there you have it.
She was really, really animated from that. So that makes me think that she might be speaking from experience there.
The guys probably got it rough.
Yeah, but no, it's like something tells me that she might have found somebody that she considered perfect, and the only thing wrong was, oh hey, he doesn't believe.
Well, it it worked out in the end for her. I guess she's married now. I actually watched.
But no, Danny. That's not what I was saying. Is what I was describing is showing them the natural world, showing it as they can see it, as they can repeat it. I will show them what impacts their lives. And as we go through life, a God, a creator, nothing really is impacting our lives. Like, if it comes up to a point where, oh, hey, there's a God and he's interacting with us, yes, I'm going to talk to him about it. But until something like that happens, it's...
Until there's actual evidence for it.
Yeah.
Outside of the Bible.
It's like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to try to tell them something that I can't prove myself. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, hey, like, unless they want to sit down and talk about it, it's like, I'm not gonna go, oh, hey, there might be this God, there might be that God. Like, let's face it, if we have a child, they're gonna be a goddamn nerd. They're gonna be geeks.
Yeah. Or they may like surprise us all and become like,
but I would, like, more than likely, mythology and all that's going to come up, because I love talking about mythology.
I think the point that you're trying to get at here is that just show them the world. Don't guide them with any religious explanation for it, because they'll see the world as it is, and there doesn't need to be a religious explanation for it, because we can provide logical and scientific explanations for the world around us and how it works.
Yeah. And as Danny just brought up, is like, so what stops you from just killing and lying?
Empathy.
It's you teach the child, hey, you don't steal, you don't kill, you don't lie, because you wouldn't want someone to steal from you, to lie to you, or kill you.
Right. You recognize that if you stole your things, that would hurt you. You don't want other people to hurt in that way, so you don't steal from them either.
Yes.
That's pretty basic, and if it really can't conceptualize that, then that's pretty scary.
Yeah. And it's like that.
Just a lack of empathy.
Like, that is what I would want to teach the children.
Think of the children.
Okay, let's see what they're gonna say. I'll stop when it sounds like they're starting to do their outro.
Like, there's nothing more. It's just, this is the end.
The 6 guys that we want to really caution you against dating,
here.
courting, or marrying. Now, girls, we also...
So you've seen this one before?
People react to this one before. I didn't see the whole thing. I have seen other people respond to it.
Yeah, I just know there's 2 more minutes on the timer. That's why I was going to let them play for a little bit.
Okay, fine.
Understand that there's a wide variety of issues out there, right? There's a lot more than even what we named right here. And we're all in different seasons and stages in our journey. We all have sin struggles. But what we're talking about with these 6 guys are guys who are dead set in their ways in these areas, and they're not changing. They're not seeking accountability. Their track record has always been the same, and it isn't changing moving forward. In those circumstances, we want you to be very cautious and very careful about the relationship. And in these situations, the 6 guys we just mentioned, it might be wise to break off the relationship or seek some really wise outside counsel. Not in a video, but someone in your church, someone that's very godly that you trust, and ask them, hey, here's my situation. What should I do? Regardless, though, in any relationship, even if you're thinking about a guy and he hasn't maybe asked you out or whatever, we encourage you to seek wise counsel. Find, whether it's your parents, an older mentor, someone very wise in your church that has a biblical perspective on these things, seek their counsel, and welcome their input.
Okay. Take away all Bible God mention, Bible God priest pastor mention. that actually was not bad advice.
I get, to an extent, I understand saying if someone, has some serious issues that they need to work through that would put strain on a relationship or affects their function as a person, whatever. But yeah, you should try and, if there's no changes being made, if they're not making any effort to improve, sure, I understand that. And I can even understand finding someone to kind of help you through it and hold you accountable. I think it needs to be, you said, a priest or a pastor or anything. If you're struggling with health issues or addiction, anything like that, therapist. You're struggling with, like, a lot of these issues, and the rest is like, see a therapist, an actual licensed therapist.
Yeah, it's like with what they're saying though, it sounds like what they're doing is just using. It's like they're trying to defer everything back to God, but that last bit I was getting is like, okay, this is happening in my relationship, and I don't know what to do. Is like what I would get out of that, taking away all the religious aspect. Talk to a mutual friend. Talk to like my father, or and like trying to seek advice. Okay, how can I do this? Like how can I like that? I kind of understand. That is like honestly the best advice I would see is talking to your partner. But
their point is, that they shouldn't have to be it. They need to go to God and
yeah, I know.
Authority. So it's ridiculous.
Okay, the moment when I want to raise them Christian because I want them to believe in Santa. God damn it.
Those two related. You can have them atheists and still have them believe in Santa Claus as kids.
I had a family that went through some stupid lengths to try to get me to believe. Like they had one of the uncles dress up as Santa. So, and okay, take care, Wolf. Probably get a 6-year-old Christian 6-year-old or so because it'll be a nun or someone raising him. Oh, jeez. But, okay. So, this one's pretty much done. Mobby Nerd is, going nuts.
That's about right.
Okay, so... Project Modesty, Physical Boundaries, or Practical Dating Advice?
I'm surprised Josh isn't here right now to contribute. Maybe he still doesn't have his computer.
I don't know. Should we ping him real quick? Oh.
What?
I mean, I'm gonna title those two Christians Twitch Thoughts. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That is... I just realized where I stopped on my computer. Oh, that is a creepy fucking... I'm just gonna... I like the background. I like this background. Which... The new channel slogan for this one is going to be Misery Loves Company. Come cringe with us. So.
I may use it for the Twitter bio after all. I think you're right. Right.
What's that?
Twitter bio, I may use that after.
But, okay. So, which one should we go now?
I don't know. Did you ping him?
Oh.
Let me see if I can find a different microphone real quick. Well, okay, I say that. Every time I try to use a microphone, we have completely different issues.
Okay.
Cuts off. And this way y'all can at least hear me. I don't know.
Okay, so...
Yes, Danny, we're going to have a new channel. So this way we can keep Storm's channel as just a gaming channel. And then this one will be one where we these kind of discussion streams. Discussion/response, whatever else. It may not all be Christian cringe. We may talk about other stuff as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, I pinged him.
Cool beans.
But yeah, so... This is the other channel that I made. This is going to be where if we do the Christian cringe or whatever, it's going to be on this channel. I would have done it tonight, but YouTube is being a bastard, so...
Yeah, it's making its way. Tonight, we're doing it on here.
So, which one now?
We're back just in time, Cross.
Actually, hey, Cross, which one should we do? Project Modesty? Practical dating advice? Or physical boundaries?
Mind, practical dating advice this is also, like the other two, coming from Girl Defined. Definition of practicality be a bit different from ours. Not a little, just a smidgen.
You don't know. Help us pick the cringe.
Choose.
Okay, do I need to bring out a dice?
Sure. That's fine, I guess. Do you have like a D4?
I mean, I can bring out D6. We got 3 left.
That's true. The D6 would work better. I was gonna say like we have one number that's just like...
Oh, wait, she said 3. So 3 would be this one. Project Modesty.
Okay. Cool frijoles.
I will be doing that, Danny. So. Here we go. And... Oh, what the hell is this?
Despite what modern culture says, fashion and modesty totally collide. Of course, it's not easy to dress modest and
sure they do, bitch.
It can totally be done.
Bitch.
For us, as Christian girls, modesty has to start in the heart. It's not about a list of rules. It's not about legalism. It's about us honoring God in every area of our lives. We're going to show you some of our secrets for dressing modest and fashionable. It can be really hard to find modest shirts right off the rack.
What the hell
but with a little creativity, you can make a lot of them work. Low-cut shirts. You can add a cami underneath, you can add a scarf on top, or a button-up underneath. Shirts without enough coverage.
That is... no.
What the hell is...
so ugly.
This...
I mean, don't get me wrong. You can't put a shirt, like a little pink under a shirt if you're not comfortable with how low cut it is.
Yeah, absolutely. That little teeny bit is good advice. But this, she looks like she's walking off as an extra's, fucking That 70s Show mom.
Dare you? How dare you insult Kitty like that?
No, not Kitty. She looks like somebody who'd be like one of Kitty's neighbors.
Not Kitty though, because Kitty's the bomb. She's the bomb.
Like she's awesome, yeah. But
she's the coolest dorky mom.
But no, it's like she just looks like she would be an extra in That 70s Show right now.
Looks frumpy.
So.
Frumpy. And it was like that dress doesn't or shirt. It looks more like a dress, honestly. That doesn't need a shirt under it. It wouldn't be showing cleavage at the point. It would just be showing shoulders and a bit of chest, but not cleavage.
Yeah, which apparently is too much.
So.
Okay.
You could add a layer.
Stripper heels having this,
you could add a jacket on top,
God
or you
damn.
could put a cardigan over it. Shirts that are tight in the chest area, a great option is to add a scarf on top. Shirts that are too short or on the edge, you could add a
Okay, hold on one sec. The issues of whether saying the shirt's too tight or too short, for some people, that's just going to be an issue no matter what. For instance, if you are someone who happens to be big-chested, all shirts are going to be fucking tight in that area.
Yeah.
All of them. And so, what? Are they just supposed to wear a fucking scarf all the time? That's not going to hide chest in that instance. It's just going to add a scarf on top.
Yeah.
It's going to be sitting on top of the shelf. And then for short shirts, yes, sometimes that's an issue, but a lot of time, for people who are not like me, who are tall, that's just gonna be an issue. For anyone who runty like me, or of average height, people who are tall are gonna have trouble finding shirts that are longer.
Like, one of my friends she's tall, skinny. She's like 5'8" on her own.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, so like most everything's going to be short on her.
Right. And it's like, if it's... The only issue is it shows a little bit of midriff whenever you raise your arms up, you're fine. It's not that big a fucking deal.
I mean,
I guess maybe if they were seeing like a crop top, but even then, you're a freaking adult, you can wear a crop top.
I mean, unless they are a born-again Christian and they're exposing their previous tramp stamp.
Right.
Okay.
To add some length, or you could add an actual layer underneath. And shirts that aren't fixable, just ditch them. A good saying is, when in doubt, go without.
Or just set them in the thing for Halloween.
Yeah, there you go. Halloween holiday where you have a free card to be skanky as hell.
Yeah. And Danny's saying just half hour question mark? So I doubt God, just go without. Okay.
It just seems silly. I mean, if you're not comfortable wearing stuff like that, totally fine. I get that. But do you happen to be comfortable in a crop top? Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Stomach. I think there are worse things to show than your stomach. Let's be real here.
It's like, from me, where you should stop with clothes, wear what's comfortable, and legal.
I would add, make sure that it's appropriate for the setting. Obviously,
Yes.
Don't wear a crop top to your job interview.
Be mindful of what you're doing.
Text is important. I will allow for that. But if you're just like, you're going out and about, you're gonna go, whatever, go out and eat with friends, whatever the heck you're doing. If it's just a casual setting and you're like, I'm living in South Texas, it's fucking like degrees out. Crop top sounds pretty great right now.
Exactly.
Fucking crop top. Who gives a shit?
Exactly.
It's a stomach.
But
It's really...
I know you said it's like 100 degrees down in Texas. I can be that smartass. Like just a little bit ago, we had like -50 wind chill, but at the same time, we can have like in our summers we have recorded temperatures upwards of 110 degrees.
Yes, we know, Mike. The weather is crazy. You can see my eye rolls right now.
I can see. Okay, so let's see what they say about pants.
Right.
I think it's totally possible to wear pants in a feminine, modest, and fashionable way. We found that jeans and pants with more structure tend to be modest, and they fit without being too skin tight. We try to avoid jeans that have bling on the back pockets or that have tears and rips up and down them. We also avoid stretch jeans, jegging jeans, and leggings because these are usually skin tight. One way that you can make tighter jeans more modest is to wear a long shirt that covers the rear area.
Just say butt.
Or ass.
Wear a long shirt that covers the rear area.
Can't even just say rear. It has to be rear area.
But no, it's like, God damn it.
What I found funny about that was them saying, we think that we can wear pants in a modest and as if to imply that wearing pants in general, you run the risk of not looking feminine. Gasp. Which, if you are, whether you're female or not, if you don't want to look feminine, or if you do want to look feminine, hey, who gives a shit? I don't think that. Like, the only other thing I can think of that they're trying to imply with that is that for you to wear jeans that are modest look ugly. Wear them this way, but it's just don't wear skinny jeans, leggings, or ass is covered.
No, yeah, okay. Ready?
Yep.
And yes, Mavi is yelling. He's streaming Smash Brothers in the background. And by background, I mean 2 rooms away. Okay.
Shorts are so short these days that some of them can even be classified as denim underwear. So how do you know how long is long enough? Even though it's hard, we've decided to avoid lengths that show our thighs. Just like pants, shorts that have more structure and shorts that fit without being skin tight tend to be more modest. We like to stick to long Bermuda shorts. Here's a little jeans trick.
They're so ugly.
You can take your old jeans and actually turn them into modest, fashionable denim shorts. You just cut them off right below the knee, roll them up once, twice, maybe 3 times, and you can get the length that you desire. There's a wide variety of skirt options.
I have never liked those, like, the Bermuda short style. I think it is hideous. I cannot stand it. Either wear pants or wear shorts. Pick a lane.
But no, it's like the big issue with pants or whatever is it is extremely hard for. I have tried going pants shopping with my ex. Everything in those stores is skin tight for women.
Depends on where you look. It's not really that bad. I'm serious. It's really not. If you go and shop at fucking Hollister, sure. But if you go and look at different stores, like I go to Old Navy a lot, and that's where I can find pants that yeah, I'll get skinny jeans sometimes too, because I do like skinny jeans. I just want some more comfortable pants. I can get some from there. I can get some from Target. They're find pants that aren't skin tight if you don't want to wear skin tight pants. If you want to find shorts that, you know, are slightly on the longer side, you can do that. I usually kind of go with shorts that, you know, obviously I like to have my cheeks covered. That's usually my preference. But I'm not going for, you know, it has to be fingertip length or anything.
Yeah.
Definitely not wearing those ugly ass Bermuda shorts. That is atrocious. Do this. Only villains do this.
I'm curious on what they say about skirts. Oh no.
Options out there, from the ultra mini to the long maxi. So how do you know what's modest and what isn't?
When it comes to skirts, here are some things to keep in mind. The tightness of the skirt and the length of the skirt.
We try to stick to skirts that come to the knee and aren't tight and form-fitting.
Skirts are an awesome piece for hot weather. They're feminine, breezy, and can be easily fashionable.
We love dresses.
Some of those are
Honestly,
okay.
They're the hardest thing to find modest right off the rack. With a few tricks, you can transform a dress into a modest outfit that is so feminine and fashionable.
If the dress is too low in the front, you can add a cami underneath, and if it needs more coverage all around, you can add a cute button-up underneath.
You can also add a denim jacket, which is one of our favorite pieces.
And if you have a dress that's too short, a great trick is to add another skirt underneath to give it some length.
Dressing modestly doesn't mean
do?
throwing out fashion. Dressing modestly doesn't mean we're ashamed of our bodies. Dressing
I didn't think I cared that much about fashion until I watched this.
Okay, yeah, I know, I'm done with them.
The skirts thing. Listen. Catholics can get away with wearing those short plaid skirts. I think the rest of us should be allowed to as well. Enjoy my cute little short skirts that I wear with ties under it. Again, like, they are tight. I like them. I don't think they're that bad. I generally just, in my opinion, if you're not showing off your butt when you bend over, flashing anyone, I think you're okay.
Yeah.
And provided it's appropriate for the setting. For dresses, I swear to God, please do not wear a fucking skirt under a dress. If you put anything on dress besides like tights, you know, pantyhose, underwear, something like that, the most I can see is like if you wear like a petticoat for like cosplay, or if you're going for maybe like some sort of fashion / Lolita kind of look, okay, fine. Depending on the dress.
Yeah, it's...
Seems a little ridiculous and over the top.
Okay.
I don't understand that. Oh, Danny either. The jacket I get, except in the summertime. I know. So my mom's fine with me wearing like strapless dresses or shirts, except for church. For church, if I was going to wear anything strapless, I had to wear a jacket over it. Which, if you're wearing something strapless, it's summertime. It's freaking hot. Obviously, I'm not wearing a strapless dress or shirt to church in that case, because I'm not wearing a fucking jacket when it's 90 degrees outside, or 100 degrees, or 110 degrees.
Yeah.
There are very real possibilities.
Yeah, no, screw that shit.
Oh.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure this one's done.
Yup. Oh, we're making some good progress. We're making some good headway.
I mean, we got a lot farther in this time than we did last time.
I think part of it was also a bit shorter.
No, it took us like over an hour, like I think almost 2 hours to get through 20 minutes.
Oh, I mean that last video was shorter than the other ones.
That last video was like 3 minutes.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, so practical advice or physical boundaries?
No. I don't know. Maybe you and I should find out what boundaries we should be putting up in our relationship,
Oh
Mike.
God. And Wolf is saying advice.
Tiebreaker. We need tiebreaker.
I mean, I still got the dice, even odds.
Can work. Can work.
So.
Gonna see if anyone else said anything.
Boundaries. Yeah,
There's
Danny.
boundaries.
God.
I say them. It's 2 against 1. We'll do boundaries first, and at the rate we'll go, and we can probably still do advice afterwards.
Boundaries. Okay.
All right, let's do it. Find out what boundaries we need to be setting, Michael.
Oh boy. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, look at that ratio. 2.3 to 2K. Oh, that's not exactly that good. This is actually one of their longer ones here, so 12 minutes in. And oh god. So we can stop at almost 11 minutes because that last bit looks like just plugs.
I think you're right. Okay. Let's just jump right in.
Oh jeez.
Hey guys, it's Kristen and Bethany here with Girl Defined Ministries, and in today's vlog, we're going to be talking about physical boundaries in a romantic relationship. Thinking back to my relationship that
they
I'm
look
currently
incredibly
in of
tired
6
right now.
months. Congratulations to me. I think back to 6 months ago, and physical boundaries was one of those topics that we prioritized. We wanted to know where we were going, what we were doing, what our boundaries were. We didn't want to get like 3 months in and feel like, oh, we actually didn't want to do that, or this isn't really where we wanted to be in this area. So we kind of like put the brakes on and we were like, let's figure this out. And boy, was that a process. It's one of those things that you want to figure out, but then it's also kind of like difficult and confusing and stressful. And
it's going to be auto-generated subtitles if I try that, so it's not going to be very good. I mean, that's a good pause because they both look very tired here.
Could potentially, if you wanted, set it up so you have like 2 different YouTube windows and like kind of watch the same video alongside us, and then you pause if you really wanted to put that much effort in. I know that makes it more difficult. Are you just having trouble hearing them, or?
You still want them? I'm weird. I mean it's not going to block any important content, so I can turn on the closed captions for this one.
Sure, let's go for it.
It's just heads up. They're going to be auto-gen, so they're most likely going to be wrong. So
yeah. God, those eyebrows are
like,
horrendous.
Not do this, I don't know. It just seems really, really hard. And so that's kind of how I felt. I remembered those conversations and just feeling like, a little bit. That's how I felt. Like that kind of it's just like, oh my goodness.
I just want the
pee. What Dave and I decided to do is we were like, let's get some advice. Let's seek some advice. And so what we started doing was asking all sorts of people. We went out with Kristen and Zach for their great wisdom, and then other older couples, just people who had been together shorter amount of times, longer amount of times. And then we got to the end and we were like half cross-eyed because we were like, oh my goodness, everybody has just a little bit of a different opinion. Yes, everyone agrees on the biblical truths that purity is so important, saving sex for marriage, heading towards that goal of purity is important. But then when it kind of gets down to the nitty gritty, everyone has different opinions.
Like the specifics of how this works out.
The specifics of how this works out. And we kind of felt like, I literally felt like I was going to pull my hair out. But we did land in a really great place after a lot of prayer,
literally,
a lot of seeking, a lot of seeking counsel. And in fact, it's interesting because now that I look back actually at our book, Love Defined.
Of course they have a book named that.
Endless.
Of course they have that book. That's really all I can say. But no, it's like everybody is going to have very different opinions because everybody is different. Like, and with everybody being different, you get a couple or you get a group, whatever works for that person. You're going to have everybody is different multiplied by how many people are taking part in that relationship.
And not only that, but you have like you could get a ton of Christians all in the same room, and no two of them will agree on the same things on what in regards to what sort of physical boundaries should be in place. And the Bible itself doesn't set any clear boundaries. I mean, in the Bible, the guys could have as many wives and concubines as they wanted. So
Yeah. It's...
in reality, there is not an actual biblical idea of purity. There is a modern Christian cultural ideal of purity, which is not biblically based.
I mean, they might be trying to infer the purity from the... And this is not exactly going to be a very positive example, but the story of the condoned rape, so long as the guy marries the victim.
I don't even think they're referring to that, because most Christians just try to sweep that shit under the rug. They don't even bring that up. You don't find out about shit like that unless you look it up. What they more often reference is the idea that adultery, like you shouldn't cheat on your spouse. But they go as far as to say, if you have sex with anyone who is not your spouse, that is including having sex with anyone, because no one is your spouse at that point, then you are committing adultery.
Yeah, it's with stuff like that. But no, it's like
that and the idea that women who had sex with a man, whether it was consensual or not, were at that time considered property, and if someone else used them in that way, then they were damaged goods. They were actually considered damaged goods.
This is why I was bringing up the story with the rape, because
right, but it didn't specifically apply to rape, I guess.
Yes.
Is my
it's like it's the most direct example is what I was bringing up.
I see.
So basically how the story goes is he damaged her, and to make up for it, he had to stay with her and pay the father for damaging property, basically.
Right. Yep.
And
that's not how it's contextualized now. Now it's just...
Yeah, it's because of apologetics, but I know for a lot of people who go after Christians, or go after atheists, like, if you don't believe, then just let them be. Let them believe what they want. It's like, yes, I do, like, to each their own. But when you're trying to preach this and trying to say it's not what it is, you're trying to cherry pick and say that it's giving a good message while hiding every other message that is monstrous.
Right.
It's like, and people who, especially Bible literalists, those people need to have counter voices.
Pretty much, I've not really ever heard anyone professes to be a Christian who actually takes the Bible completely, literally at its word, agrees with everything it says. Like, for instance, usually when they say stuff like that, they mean creationists, and that they believe that homosexuality is a sin. Also, but they would at the same time disagree with slavery, even though that's promoted by the Bible and it gives specific rules for slavery. They are against rape and don't think that rape victims should be made to stay with their rapists as a punishment to the rapist, because they wouldn't consider that a punishment, and they would not think that is okay in any way, shape, or form for the woman.
Yeah, and is like, especially with like Rachel Oates, Mr. Atheist, both of them, a couple of weeks ago they replied to a blog, and that blog was somebody who was literally reading the Bible and saying that women were basically subservient to the man, and even if they were having pain during
Yeah,
sex.
that's the Gender Roles blog. I know what you're referring to.
Yeah, it's like even if they were in pain during sex, if there was nothing medically that could be done to lessen that pain, they were told to basically grit their teeth and bear it and pretend to enjoy it to heighten the man's pleasure. This is it's because of people who can infer that kind of monstrous mentality from a 2,000 plus year old book and try to apply it as is today. That is why people like us cannot be silent.
Right. He's also one of those people that promotes the idea that you cannot rape your spouse.
Yeah,
This is pretty much owed at that point.
Like, yeah, Steven Anderson was just, it's like his wife consented for life at I do.
Right.
Like, she's not allowed to deny him.
Well, he started to say it that way, and then to try and soften it, it seemed like, say, well, both did, though. We both did, so she has that same right.
But,
okay, even if you phrase it that way. It should all be consensual, and if at any point either person says, feeling up to it tonight, or right now, then you say, okay.
But it's like people who advocate that, who try to spread that kind of message, need to have a counter voice. And like, there's a lot of really, really bad examples. It's like, this being the first, like, after this video's up, I'm gonna upload it to the proper channel. But even still with that, like, this is basically just a cringe channel. This is just a cringe video. This is just a cringe stream. Like, these two women they do present a lot of bad ideas, especially when it comes to, like, mental health and whatnot. It's, they try to attribute everything back to God. Like, they were giving, like, with the dating things, like, they were giving good titles to men you should avoid, but giving shit reasons. Other than reason 2. Other than their second man. The guy who couldn't control his anger. That one was solid.
Right.
But the other 5...
Well, you notice that the one solid one, it could provide logical explanations behind it.
Yeah.
And behind their reasoning, and they actually didn't really mention God at any point during the rationale.
Yeah. And number 6 was just flat out bullshit.
Yeah.
The unsaved. You can't even go near somebody who's unsaved. Like, that is, like,
I'm sorry. I just saw Danny's question. So really, the one I've seen where they discuss mental health is them basically we're trying to say that if you have anxiety, then you should put your faith in God, and that will help your anxiety. Then their examples were examples of dealing with worry.
Yeah.
Which is a common misconception that people who don't do fucking research on anxiety.
It's like, I was anxious before my wedding.
Right.
It's like,
I was anxious because of feeling anxious about a situation is completely normal. Having anxiety is not normal. It is something that can come out of nowhere. I personally have issues with anxiety. Storm has witnessed this, where for no reason, and particularly towards the evening and at night, I have increased anxiety, and sometimes it's for no reason. I won't be worrying about anything specific.
Yeah.
I just feel anxious.
Yeah. And
I occasionally have panic attacks. It's pretty fucking awful. And it's got nothing to do with being worried about something. just it's a medical condition due to poor balance of hormone brain biological issue. It isn't a situational issue. Situation can influence it, but it's.
And this was something that I was already kind of prepared to help and whatever with, considering that I personally know somebody. I know a couple of people who were medically diagnosed with severe anxiety. And so it is a legitimate medical issue, and they're trying to treat it like it's just like they're giving terrible advice to deal with something that's a legitimate medical issue.
Oh well, and I heard many times that particular message before, like you shouldn't be worrying. You should be putting all your faith in God, and know that God doesn't give you anything you can't handle, and God will help you through whatever it is you're going through.
Yeah, that is complete horseshit.
For real, as someone who was a Christian and did genuinely used to pray while in tears to feel better so I could just not feel like complete shit, I can tell you honestly, it didn't fucking work. You know what fucking worked? Actually learning about what was going on in my head. And when I started studying psychology and learning about my disorder and learning about ways I could treat my disorder and implementing that helped.
Yeah.
Brain didn't do anything. Do shit.
And you got dozens, hundreds of channels and hundreds of thousands of people saying you're not praying hard enough. All that does is make the person feel like shit because this advice isn't working.
Oh yeah. I feel like you genuinely start to feel like, what is wrong with me? Am I not strong enough in my relationship with God? Is that the problem? Am I just not belief just not that great? Whatever. And of course now.
Yeah, and it's like I get a lot of people, because I do poke a lot of random people on Facebook or whatever the hell. Because part of it is I find it funny, but at the same time is I'm trying to give some more education to some people. And is like some of the posts that I'm on right now is people trying to twist what the country, the United States, was founded upon with the Constitution. Trying to say it's a Christian country, it's a Catholic country, it's this or that. The United States was founded as a secular country. And another post is it's straight up evolution and people not understanding what scientific theory means. Science uses English, but science is not English. It's like theory to them is not theory to us.
We are on a tangent right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
We've gone way far off.
But
Focused.
But yeah, it's like this is why people like us need to actually talk and address people like this. So okay.
We gotta focus. We gotta get through this video.
Sorry about that.
And I think about when we wrote this over a year ago, I'm looking on our chapter about boundaries and I'm like, we actually landed really similarly to what we wrote. Think of that, I guess that makes sense. So we kind of want to share with you some of the core truths and basics of what our hearts should be thinking, our minds should be thinking when it comes to physical boundaries, kind of take off all the big stuff and narrow it down to some of the most important things that Dave and I discovered and some of the most important things that we share in our book as well.
And I remember when we went out and you were asking us all these questions and we were sharing honestly like, okay, from my relationship with Zach and our experience dating and just trying to figure out boundaries, there were so many things looking back now that I've learned. And I'm like, oh, I wish I really focused more on this or not so much on that. And so when we were sharing, we were one of those people like, you need to focus on this. This is so important. And you're like, okay, great. I'll take that advice and then on to the next one. But one of the things
that seeking more advice from older couples is not a bad idea. But just my worry is how they're going to try twisting it. And
a better idea if you need to work on your relationship with someone is to find an actual
marriage counselor.
It doesn't even have to be a marriage counselor. I mean, you could just talk to a couples therapist in general.
True.
Or just a therapist.
Or if it's not too much a burden on this person, even having a mutual friend between, like you and me. Let's say if it's not too much a burden to, let's say, for example, Mobby. Like, he can try giving us...
My problem with that is I don't want to put that on that third party.
Yeah,
like a professional, it's different.
A professional is somebody that's paid to have that put onto them.
Paid, trained.
Yeah, paid and trained. That's why I was being more. It's like if it's not too much a burden on the friend, is what I was saying.
But I'm saying that either way, it's going to be a burden unless it's a completely neutral third party.
And
like that's not going to be an awkward situation.
Yeah. And Danny's asking if you tried sacrificing a virgin. That's the way to salvation.
Stop laughing when I was reading. I had to cover my mouth and really suppress laughter. I did not try sacrificing a virgin, although I did consider, what would happen if I pushed Jacob down the stairs a couple of times, but I decided that would be wrong.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want to be pushed down the stairs.
Right.
That comes back to human empathy.
Getting off track. Focus.
Okay.
Things that I so look back on, I'm like, this is the heart of it. This is the core of it. It's not so much about just like, okay, A, B, C, getting your list, making
rules,
your boundaries, like we're not going to do this, we are going to do this, and then just trying to live up to it and thinking, by following these rules, I'm automatically going to be pure.
Yes.
Because there's so much more behind it. We have motives, we have sinful hearts,
emotions,
we have
thoughts,
desires, we have temptations and lust, and all of this is happening.
We have thought crime.
Yep. That sounds like what they're kind of like skirting around.
Oh, Christians absolutely believe in thought crime.
Oh,
it's
absolutely. It's one of the 10 Commandments, isn't it? Don't covet?
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so.
It's basically telling you not to have something in your mind. Don't
You're
want
right.
something.
But either way, I'm seriously considering I could do a whole video essay on how the God of the Christian Bible, basically Big Brother from George Orwell in 1984.
Yeah. And Wolf, yeah, I was noting that they look exceptionally tired in this video. So. Because you said Bethany was one on the left? Yeah, because I don't know. They just look really, really tired.
Bethany's the one on the left. Kristen's the one with the really crappy eyebrows. Eyebrows bother me so much because it's like very like sloppy, uneven curve. It's like thick. It's almost equal thickness on both ends.
Oh, and Rook, are you going to be... I think Rook is mentioning George Carlin, who stripped the 10 Commandments down to 2 and then added a third. The third commandment, I believe he added, was, "Thou shalt keep thy religion to thyself." Okay.
in the relationship, and it can be so easy if you're just in it for the rules to say, oh, well, you know, I can kind of bend this rule, or nobody's looking, so it doesn't really matter if I follow this.
So I can kind of sneak away with it.
And
People
it becomes
isn't
so much more
really
about
sex.
just following the rules technically, and not really about honoring God with your heart and having the right motivations. Because really, our motivations, what we want, will fuel our actions. So if your heart isn't in the right place and what you really want is just to get what you want, then ultimately behind the scenes when no one's looking, that's what you're going to do. Those are going to be your actions. So one of the things I was sharing with you was
This is good stuff.
the heart.
Oh,
The
geez.
heart is so important. Having a heart, first and foremost, that genuinely wants to worship Christ, glorify God above all else in the relationship, having that heart of worship is the most important thing, because that heart of worship of saying, Lord, I want to honor you in my physical boundaries. I want to pursue purity for your glory, first and foremost, whether anyone ever sees or not. So behind the scenes, when no one's looking, behind closed doors, when you're in a car riding with this person, whatever it is, your heart is to honor God and you're wanting to worship him most. And so your motivation is fueled by that love for God. So that is the thing I shared with you. And I just want to encourage you girls. I want to encourage you in, don't jump to the list. We all love rules, right? Like the Pharisees in the New Testament. We love rules. We want lists. But first and foremost, before you get the boundary list, you need to check your heart and say, where is my heart in this?
Amen.
Does my heart, do I genuinely love Christ?
And like these subtitles are so bad. Like she just said amen and the subtitle says, hey mom.
I like it. In Jesus' name. Hey mom.
But yeah, it's like just okay, how much longer are they gonna rattle on about this one?
We just gotta push on through. They haven't set any boundaries yet.
Yeah.
More than this guy, more than this relationship. Do I care about honoring him more than just getting what I want? Or even just doing what I want in the moment because it feels good. And I love what Psalm 42 says about this heart that desires to worship and glorify God. Psalm 42:1 says, as the deer pants for flowing streams, so pants my soul for you, O God. And verse 2, my soul thirsts for God, for the living God, then shall I come and appear before God. And just this idea of thinking of an animal longing for water, like
I
thirsty,
prefer
like it's going
Song of
after the water.
Songs.
It's needing.
God damn it. You would love the erotic novel.
But it's so not erotic, though. That's what's funny about it. It is the most cringy
Yeah.
smut ever.
Yeah.
Tumblr writes better smut than Song of Songs. But it is still the porn section of the Bible.
But okay.
The water, it's pursuing the water, that sort of longing and pursuit, seeing the necessity of that, the water, the nourishment that comes from that. We view our relationship with God as the same thing. And so that's the heart that God is looking for in us. God, would my soul long for you? Would my soul pant for you first and foremost above anything else? So that is my biggest encouragement to you before you jump into the boundaries, which you're going to share some practical, helpful tips, is to evaluate your heart and make sure you're worshiping Jesus and desiring to glorify him first.
Okay, so now that we have the right heart motive,
We get it. You should have the hots for God before any dudes.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so boundaries in my romantic relationship. Number 1, an unfounded belief in, oh God, I need to worship this thing before I even try thinking about my significant other that I have married and vowed to spend my entire life with.
Summarize it. Put a being that you have never in any tangible way experienced over your very real partner.
Wait, what? Simon? Oh geez, I am completely lost. Simon?
Talking about a movie.
Oh.
I think.
His dad was great. Look at his hair. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea.
Honor you, but now what? You still have to come up with boundaries. What are you going to do? What is that going to look like?
And so one verse that has been really helpful in reminding
It's
us
gonna look like sex.
kind of the big picture, a verse that we need to keep in mind, comes from Hebrews 13:4, which says, "Let marriage be held in honor among all, and let the marriage bed be undefiled." And so first off, it's kind of taking a step back and reminding yourself of the bigger picture. So for me in my relationship, I take a step back and I'm not just so short-sighted, nearsighted, thinking right now, what do I want in this moment? I'm taking a step back and I'm saying like, okay, the marriage bed, honoring that, not just like, don't do this, but wow, this beautiful gift within marriage, physical intimacy, this bigger picture that we get to participate in one day and enjoy. That's one thing that we are pursuing and that we can delight in one day. And that's an amazing, incredible thing.
Oh
And
my
not
God,
like, oh,
yes,
I
we
just don't get
know.
to do
You
that.
believe
Why?
you shouldn't
I get to
have sex
preserve that.
before
I get to
marriage.
cherish that. I get to
Marriage.
treasure that and wait for that and save up for that so one day I can enjoy that beautiful gift. And when you imagine yourself, and I imagine myself like, okay, and when I'm standing at the altar, when I look back on my relationship, what am I going to be thinking? What am I going to...
I'm gonna speed them up because they're saying nothing.
I just want to point out, by the way, remind you all of what that verse about the undefiled marriage bed was referring to.
Okay, this should be good. So, go ahead.
When they're talking about the marriage bed being undefiled, they're saying that the piece of property that is the woman hasn't been tainted. That's what they mean. Doesn't mean that both parties need to be virgins. It just means that the woman is just a walking, talking thing for this person is going to be punched by another man. The man can have as much sex as he wants with his 7 other wives and his 13 concubines.
Sorry.
Yo, you're good. You don't apologize for sneezing. You're so silly. No, that's ridiculous.
But
That's another thing that I hear a lot of Christians like to do, especially people trying to use apologetics, is they'll try to say, "Oh, but you gotta look at the context."
a lot
Text
of times
doesn't-
the context makes it worse.
Exactly. So, I just feel like that needs to be pointed out when they say that the marriage bed needs to be undefiled. Because by the Bible's logic, all that means is that she can't have sex.
And
As much sex as he wants. And it can be with as many women and even some dudes if he wants. Not entirely clear, depending on what verses you're talking about in particular, whether or not the Bible explicitly bans homosexuality or if it simply bans incest rape. There's a lot of confusion over that due to basically conflict and disagreements over what the actual translation is, because remember, we're having to translate something that has been translated, retranslated, transcribed, retranscribed many times over.
yeah, and me being the smart ass, I was like, don't defile the bed. So, oh, what if you're sick and you shit yourself?
Ooh. Get this dad humor out of here. How old are you, Michael?
Shut up. God damn it.
I love you.
You too. Brat. Such a brat. Okay. Here we go.
Alright.
going to be wishing was different. And actually, in Love Defined, I don't want to say it in my own words because I feel like we say it best in the book. I'll read it to you, but it's this exact idea. It says,
I forgot I
Establishing
sped them
moral
up.
boundaries in your romantic relationship is something you should do early on. Ask yourself this question. This is exactly what I was saying. When I stand at the altar on my wedding day, what regrets do I not want to have? By thinking through all the potential regrets you don't want to have, you will have a clearer picture of what you're aiming for. For example, not many Christian women get married and think
What?
You know what regret I don't want to have.
What's that?
I don't want to regret marrying someone who isn't compatible with me, and that includes sexual compatibility.
Yeah.
You do not want to, I'm sorry, but you do not know until you have been with someone sexually exactly what your preferences are going to be and what their preferences are going to be. You don't want to end up in a relationship with someone who wants to do stuff that you're not into. Contrary, you don't want to be stuck in a relationship with someone who can't meet your sexual needs. You may get in marriage and find out you don't like sex at all. Some people are like, it happens. So,
I think I'm getting an echo on your end.
how? I didn't do anything different.
I don't know.
There.
I was trying to see if anything here. I don't know. But no, it's like, yeah, it's like, and if you wait to have sex until after you're married, you just wasted all of this time. And it's like hearing from one of my coworkers who, their own words, when they were getting a divorce, they mutually agreed, hey, we need the divorce. They agreed on all of the paperwork. And even with them agreeing on everything, it still took them 6 months of just signing papers to get everything in order. And if you want to go by biblical laws, so you just wasted all of this time, all of this courting, and then find out after you're married that this person and I don't mesh sexually. You got this much more time to waste because yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you don't want to have gotten to the point where you are married to someone and then find out that you aren't a good fit for each other.
Yeah, it's like, by no means are we saying
aspect of it. It isn't the only important thing. It's not the most important thing, but it is important. It is something that you need to take into consideration.
It's like, by no means are we saying sleep with somebody as soon as possible. We're just saying when everybody is ready.
Right. Safe sex, have consensual sex, and figure out what's gonna work for you, and what's not gonna work for you.
Like, first and foremost, safe.
Yep.
Okay.
only I had kissed more guys in my past, or too bad I didn't sleep around
You
more,
two
or I
are
should have looked at more
adorable.
porn.
Oh my
No way.
gosh.
The majority of Christian women we've interacted with don't wish they had been less pure, they wish they had been more pure. And so when you can take a step back in your relationship, or even if you're not in a relationship, in a future relationship, and ask yourself, where am I going? What's the bigger picture? What am I striving for? You stop asking, like, what can I get away with, and how much can I do without crossing that line? And instead you say, how much can I preserve? How much can we save? And it really
How much can we cherish?
How much can we
right now?
cherish? Yeah, and it really changes the way that you set up boundaries. So, like, there are certain boundaries that Dave and I have set up, like we're not kissing until we get married, specifics like that. And for us, it's not like, oh, we don't get to do this.
Not kissing until marriage.
Okay. Whole video on that.
Yeah.
She talked about how she wasn't gonna kiss until her wedding day. And then I actually saw someone do a response to that video and then show from the stream, I guess, of their wedding where they had their first kiss. And I shit you not. They had a kiss. No. They had their kiss. It was fine, I guess. It was a kiss. then right after it, they gave a hug. Like, they had this really long hug afterwards. Just immediately following the case. It was super weird and awkward. Like, it was very much like watching pals giving each other a hug.
And Danny, there's another video. I think it's Paul and Morgan. They were practically saying, "Don't hug."
They weren't practically saying. They were saying.
No, what I mean is like practically saying, "Don't hug until marriage" is what it seemed like they were leading into.
That is what they were saying.
It's just.
It's not practically. That is exactly what they were saying. They're saying, "Do not hug."
So, and is having them on 1.5 speed okay?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm good with this.
It's like for as little as they're saying, it seems like we're not missing much. So.
Danny, please don't let our first kiss be like this. I love you, man. Don't do that hug afterwards. It's super awkward. If you could find the clip, I definitely recommend you watch it just so you can go, ooh.
I mean, we could probably end the stream with that. Considering this would be, what, 5 videos of theirs?
We could.
But, here we go.
We get to save this for the future. When we're standing at the altar of our wedding, we get to preserve this and cherish this for that moment. So I really, when you think of your boundaries, I just want you to stop and think ahead, think of the long term. And then, when you're making those boundaries, it honestly...
Are you turning down the volume? No, I am. Sorry. Alright, something like turning down the volume because it was like selected with my mouse. Don't worry about it, keep going.
Okay.
More easy. And then, like she said, you're satisfying Christ because you're worshiping Him, and so you're not looking to this guy saying, "Give me everything and make me feel amazing." You're able to worship Christ, and then when you set those boundaries, you're cherishing something further down the road. You know your goal, you know what you're working towards, and I guarantee you, from my experience and just from seeing how God says honor the marriage bed, it does make such a difference. I think for both of us, something that we both learned in all of this and having the right heart, pursuing boundaries, is that boundaries can actually be much more freeing than stifling, because you're able to enjoy the relationship. Your focus is on God. You're enjoying the other person. And you can enjoy the relationship without getting bogged down by all the I can't do this, I can't do this. You're just free. Like, here's our boundaries, here's what we can do, and you can just enjoy it. And I know you've said that it's very freeing. I felt the same way. So if you're thinking, well, I want more specifics, what are specific things that you've done? Well, every relationship's different. It's not going to be the same for every person. But in our book, Love Defined, we do give very specifics, just as examples to say, in my relationship with Zach, here are...
Shameless plug.
Can you every time say, in our book, Love Defined?
Yeah. Wait, what's that? Embracing God's vision for lasting love and satisfying relationships.
It doesn't sound very satisfying.
But no, it's like they're taking this to a crazy level to that point. It's like I understand having goals, but yeah. Yeah. As a funny aside, though, and Sarah, I know you got a kick out of this. The first time that I had ever made out with somebody, I was a very bad Christian. It was in the basement of the church at my youth group.
That's what church basements are for. That and church camp.
Oops. But, okay. So, they got a little bit more to say, it looks like. Probably a minute and a half worth.
Like 10 really important boundaries. You actually gave your list of what you did. Yeah, just as an example to say, if you're wondering what does this even look like, I give a complete list inside the book in that chapter on boundaries. And then I also just want to say a quick word for any of you out there who have past sexual sin or regrets, which is all of us, right? We've all lusted, we've all sinned, we all have regrets, but sometimes we get bogged down and we wonder, how can I move past that? Can God forgive me? How can I move on? Can He redeem my future? And the short answer is yes. For all of us, that's why Christ died, to redeem us, to forgive us of our past, of our sins, and then to give us a new future. And so we actually have kind of a hidden gem in the very back of our book, Appendix A. It's not even a chapter, it's just this little hidden gold nugget in the back called Finding Freedom and Forgiveness from Past Sexual Sin. So if you're wrestling with that right now, if you're struggling, we also encourage you to have a copy of Love Defined. You can even flip to the back. This walks you through the steps of forgiveness and just restoration, moving forward, how God views you, how he...
So, never mind. This entire video was just a plug.
That's so stupid. We have practical advice. You can see it in our book.
Yeah. Like, that entire video was just a plug.
That was just stupid. Stupid.
So, okay, so we got one more.
No mas.
So they are easily understood at 1.5 speed, right?
For a reason, it's been like really quiet on my end. I'm like having a harder and harder time hearing it.
I don't know.
I've got my volume turned all the way up.
Okay, but here we go. Let's try.
Hey guys, it's Christina and Bethany, and obviously we have some extras. We have Zach and we have Dave on the vlog today, and we're so...
Yes, this one.
What the hell?
To see. You have to see to believe.
Why?
I mean it. Continue. Keep going.
And today's vlog is called Practical Advice for Dating and Marriage. So most of you know Zach have been married for almost 7 years, and you also know that Dave and Bethany are in a...
Show me that again, please. Just one more time.
Here, I'll slow it down. What I miss?
Go back a little bit. You'll see.
We have Dave on the
Rips
vlog
off.
today, and we're so excited. And today's vlog is called Practical Advice for Dating and Marriage.
What?
How are you not seeing this cringe-worthy display?
I was gonna say her husband looks dead inside right there.
He is. But are you completely missing the fiance? Now husband.
Oh, on the left end?
Yeah!
We're so excited, and today's vlog is called Practical...
Yes, I was missing that.
Oh my god, it's so terrible! It hurts!
Oh, what the...
It was a little dablet. It's not even a full dab. Oh my god, it's so bad. Okay, but no, seriously, throughout this video, watch Bethany's significant other and try to tell me that he is not fucking gay.
Oh no.
Have our experts in the audience right now.
Oh boy.
Advice for dating and marriage.
Hello,
so
fellow
most people know
kids.
that Zach and I have been married for almost 7 years, and you also know that Dave and Bethany are in a relationship. So in this vlog, we thought it would be so fun for Zach and I just to share some practical advice on what we do to maintain a strong marriage.
I kind of question.
He's fucking gay. Watch.
And then kind of on what they're doing throughout the relationship process. So whether you're married or single, we hope that you can take something away from this.
Okay.
So I'm super excited to have
This is
Dave
a cringe.
on here today to talk about our relationship, because we're literally in the midst of a relationship and we're getting to know each other. And a lot of you want to know, like, what in the world do you do to actually get to know someone? And so today we're going to share with you exactly like what we're doing, the practical things on how we're getting to know each other. So here's our scary bag.
So, okay, ripped the other day, but it basically inside here we got a bunch of stuff that, books we're going through and a little legal pad to figure out how to not do that again. And so basically,
So they're admitting that they can't even keep to their own program.
Nah.
Is that what I'm getting with the little yellow legal pad?
I'm not the only one, right? He's totally gay. He is his beard.
But yeah, it's like I don't want to be that mean, but she might just be a cover.
That's what I just said. She's his beard.
Oh. Okay, I missed that.
So cover up, a cover up, a cover up.
Okay.
And our questions. We got our questions.
So do y'all carry this with you?
Yeah, it's in my car, basically. Yeah.
It might be time for a new bag.
might-
I mean, there's some sentimental value there, but
I need to. Yeah, it's from Christmas, as you can see. So
Very nice.
Yeah,
Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that we're doing, but we want to focus on a few specific things today. So we have actually 3 specific things that we're doing, and these are things like they're not like if you do these, you're going to have the perfect relationship or anything like that. They're just ways for us to get to know each other on a deeper level.
The first of those things is we have a list of 130 questions, which we.
What?
Damn, son.
130. Oh, what the hell?
130 ways to hide the gate.
Well then.
Hey, good for your dad's friend.
Hell yeah.
What, you didn't do this?
that's a lot of questions.
It's a lot of
good.
Anyway, and so we're crossing them out right now, and basically just go through one at a time. And they're conversation starters. That's basically what they are. So we're just going through and what are your spiritual strengths? Like that's one of the questions. It's just things like that, and they'll start really deep and meaningful.
What are your spiritual strengths?
That we wouldn't otherwise necessarily be having or think of having.
Yeah, because it's hard when you're trying to get to know someone. It can be hard to know like what to talk about or what questions to ask. And so this list of questions, I've really enjoyed it because it has like categories like your spiritual life, your relationships, personal habits affecting marriage, and then we'll just literally pull it out and then go through, maybe answer like 5 at a time or 10 at a time or whatever, just go through a category and start answering them, and they're things that we wouldn't think of. So just assume, instead of assuming that we know each other, we're using this as a guide just to help us get to know each other
Being
on a
intentional.
deeper level. Yeah, being intentional. So this
I'm thinking like conversation
It's like,
conversation starters are great like early in a relationship, but after a certain point, just talk to each other.
yeah.
If you can't communicate with each other later on in a relationship without the use of conversation starters, that suggests very poor communication to me.
Yeah. And the bag is ripped because it's old, apparently. But no. In conversation starters like this, honestly, a lot of those questions should already be answered before they even start dating. That just shows that they, like, to me, I see that as they had very little or no communication before they got together.
I can see that, yeah.
It's like, taking us for an example, you knew me decently well before we even...
See, I can see exceptions, like if you're going like on a blind date or something, or
Yeah.
yeah, but
I want
I
to
just
legally
think-
marry Ichiban. God damn it, Mobby.
can officiate the wedding. I'm down.
But, okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
I'm good. I'm done. Let's continue.
But yeah, it's like, blind dates would definitely be the exception to that. But, okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, let's see what they say.
Actually going to link to this exact list of questions below so that you can actually access it yourself. So if you're like, where's that list of questions?
Nice.
We're going to give you the exact list that we're currently working through. So
I mean,
you
we
click
can
that
skim
list
through
and
that
we'll
after
talk
this.
about
We are
Next
so
thing we
skimming
do
through the
is,
questions later.
Regular times of scripture reading and prayer together, and this is really, really helpful for us because it's really those times that we get to really kind of center our focus and why we're doing this.
Yeah.
Why are we in a relationship doing all these intentional things, and where are we going? Like spiritually, where are we going?
Yeah.
Oh, we're seeking God. What does that look like? Well, let's read scripture. Like let's actually seek God, and let's actually talk about it and pray about it and share insights with one another of what we're learning.
Yeah, and it really takes the focus off of just like us being so consumed with our relationship, and kind of gets our eyes back on God and back on Scripture, and really helping us to see like, wow, like instead of having like a death grip on this, like this must work out and we must get married. It's like, okay, God, you have a plan, and we're going to turn to your word and be reminded of that. And then also it helps us to know, like reading, like we read through the book of Ruth together, which is kind of random, but we just read through it all at one time, and it was like, oh, what do you think about this? What insights do you have? What insights do I have? And it's just another way, even within that, for us to get to know each other. And
I will say,
Dave leads
it would also be a genius way to get out of having to actually go somewhere and like pay for dinner.
Yeah.
No, babe, let's just stay in and read the book of Ruth for tonight.
Oh God.
It's looking a little empty.
Yeah. God damn it, Danny. That is no typo. C and O are on the other sides of the keyboard. If it's a typo, then you type that way too much in autocorrect.
God dang it. Moving on.
Okay. So I did speed them up. So here we go.
reading, and so it's just a good way. It's a good way, like, for me to see, like, wow, his spiritual leadership, because if we were to get married as a husband, he would be the spiritual leader, and so this is just a good way for us to kind of see how that works with us and kind of practice, and just for me as a girl to see, does he have any spiritual leadership? And he does.
The last thing we're doing is going through books together, and so the next book we'll be going through together is a book called What Did You Expect?
By Paul David Tripp. Link to it.
Yeah, we're super excited about it. These are awesome. It's the same thing. It's a scripture question. They all really just help facilitate conversations and places to go and how to communicate.
Yeah, because it just helps us to dig into topics that, like, just like with scripture reading, that we might not have thought of. And so reading through books together is personally one of my favorite things to do, because we actually read through it together. Like, we're sitting there and we're reading through the chapters, kind of talking about things, and then it brings up topics where it's like, oh, you thought that? I didn't know you thought that, or I think this. So it's just a great way, and there isn't like a perfect book to read through, but What Did You Expect is a really great one that we're excited about. So to wrap it all up, the things that we're doing, we're going through the list of questions, we're reading scripture together and praying together, and then we're going through books together, and those have been super helpful ways, probably the top 3 things that we would recommend from our experience to work through as a couple with a guy you're getting to know, just ways to be intentional in your relationship. It's so fun to hear y'all share, because we did a lot of that same stuff, like the questions, the books.
So, the one thing I can tell with Bethany's fiance is he is extremely bored. Like, in the video, he's like twiddling his thumbs, not knowing what to do.
Bethany's or Kristen's?
The guy on the left. The guy on the right, he's not, like, he is also very bored, but he's not exerting more signs because he's got something to actually hold in his hand.
I don't think Bethany's significant other is bored. I think he's pretty into it. I just think that he's kind of awkward and fidgety.
Okay, yeah, that could be it.
The other guy just seems like totally not into it. Even when I laughed earlier whenever she said her and her husband, whatever his name is, like, we've been married for 7 years, and he's like this head shake.
I think Dave, right?
Dave is the one who needs Bethany as a beard.
No, Zach.
Zach is the one who is tortured in his loveless marriage. Dave is using Bethany as a beard.
Okay.
At the very least, Zach is not happy to be in this video.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's really cool to see what y'all are going through, and then to take what we learned during that stage, and now being married for almost 7 years. It's just so cool to see. Congrats, guys. Almost 7 years, just it'll be 7. But it's interesting once you're married.
Yeah, 7 years.
Seriously, look at his facial expressions. He looks like he's just like, God damn it, I'm missing the game for this.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up just a little bit just to hear how he said that again.
Okay.
Really cool to see what y'all are going through, and then to take what we learned during that stage, and now being married for almost 7 years. It's just so cool to see. Congrats, guys. Yeah. Almost 7 years. Just soon it'll be 7. But
did you hear how?
Yes, exactly. 7 years. 7 years of my life gone.
Just he sounds so dejected.
I bet Zach would be happier with Dave.
Oh God, Dave is.
Damn right I could write a fan fiction over this, Danny.
God
Zach and Dave meet. Zach has his awakening. Dave is able to escape his beard. They ride away into the sunset with double rainbows.
God damn it. Double rainbow, what could it mean? Or what does it mean? Oh.
Fucking gay!
I don't think anybody knows that or remembers that, what that is. The double rainbow guy.
Of course, everyone knows the double rainbow guy. That's classic memology.
Okay, here we go.
It's interesting, once you get married, you really have to be just as intentional. So you want to be intentional in the relationship process, and then once you're married, you want to be so intentional to continue building a relationship so that it gets deeper and stronger. And what do we call our love? Deep embers love. I always joke at them, like, before you're married, it's like, oh, maybe infatuation, and you're growing on that deeper love. And then you have like, this deep embers love. So
The love just matures.
Yeah.
Where's Zach?
What's that?
Zach's face. He's just like, done. Zach isn't gonna drink himself into a stupor later.
Like, don't ask me to do this again. But he's going to because she wears the pants. And
He's supposed to submit, damn it. Be a good Christian wife, Kristen.
but okay.
There are some things that Zach and I have been striving to do over the past 7 years to build a strong marriage. So many people advised us on the fact that strong marriages don't just happen. Like, people get married, but then they can have a really hard, shallow marriage that the relationship isn't intimate and strong. And so our passion in our marriage is to try to build a strong marriage. So we want to share with you just a few of the things that we're striving to do, not perfectly, but striving to do on a weekly, daily basis to build a strong marriage.
It's got to be said that this is come and gone. Like, we've learned and grown in different ways, and it'll be different next year. We'll be doing new things and better things. So it's just something to help all of us think through what an intentional marriage looks like. So first would be that we want to have short accounts. We want to keep
He
short
actually
accounts.
has words.
We don't want to hold something against one another for very long at all. And if we can, before bed, the Bible says in Ephesians 4:26, it says, "Be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your anger." And then further on in verse 32, it says, "Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, as God in Christ forgave you."
Is that not just a definition of cherry picking? You read one verse and then you jump immediately to another verse?
I'm just more laughing again because I agree with you. Watching Kristen just nod along like, yes, good husband. You need to contribute to the channel. We're putting you to work. Honey, you can't just stay silent through the whole video. You need to say something.
But I've been saying things. You know what? Here, say this.
Exactly.
So we actually sin against each other? That happens.
Sometimes.
I need to slow down, apparently. So let me slow this down.
Yeah, it's hard to hear what they say.
Your anger. And then further on in verse 32, it says, "Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, as God in Christ forgave you."
So we actually sin against each other? That happens.
Yeah, sometimes.
Why are they reacting that way?
I don't know. I don't get.
Yeah, we sit against each other. Yeah, sometimes. What? I don't understand. Okay.
I'll say.
But
I had to suppress laughter hardcore when I read Rogue's comment. Can I go back and play Fortnite?
God damn it. How many subscribers do they have? Way too many. 144,000.
Oof. Oof.
Okay.
So
A lot of the time.
full disclosure here. We discussed this yesterday. We had something that was just like, oh man, can we talk about this?
Yeah.
And yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that.
The more and more that we do
Yeah.
that, the deeper our love
Yeah.
is, the more trusting it is, and we're just just learn that is something that has a lot of place in the
Yeah,
marriage,
and even if you're waiting until the last minute, like that verse is so encouraging before the sun goes down. So sometimes there will be an issue where someone does something and the other person gets mad but doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
And then there's always that time right before bed where it's a great opportunity. Is there anything that hasn't been resolved? Any issues that you need to talk about? And then making sure to do that before your head hits the pillow and you go to sleep. So that's one thing that I'm grateful.
great.
You lead us really well in that. And you're always usually the first one to come and say, let's talk. And I struggle, I'm growing in that. But something else that we do is we really try to have weekly dates. So before you're married, it can be easy to have dates and like, woohoo, and then you get married and things just get busy. And it's amazing how...
Okay, so taking out the religious aspect, this section of the video, the advice is actually pretty sound.
Yeah, it's good to schedule regular date nights.
It's like, I know it's like for people like you and I, it may not be weekly, but would have to try. There's going to be a little more trying, especially with both of us having full-time jobs.
Right. We do our best having our own kind of dates,
Yeah.
like playing games together and watching shows together through Rabbit. And
Yeah. It's like, you get your own dinner, I get my own dinner, and we just video chat or whatever. It's like... But, yeah. Was like removing the religious aspect. This part is not bad.
how you cannot prioritize the relationship once
Drive
you're married
the
like
rest.
you did with
The
your
rest.
dating. And so we want to be so intentional, and if you're married, we encourage you in this to have weekly dates. So for us, we've just kind of set aside Friday nights. Like, that's our date night. We always have dates on Friday nights unless something comes up.
They're
like a
serious
schedule
about it.
thing. But like, we
It's scheduled.
prioritize
Yes,
that. So
they do.
yeah, when people say, hey, can you hang out Friday night? Or we're having this thing Friday night, unless it's something that we can't miss, like a family birthday party or something, then we'll say, hey, we can't make it, maybe Saturday night. So we really try to keep that that night just set aside for us to
Yeah,
invest in
that's
each
good.
other.
why not
invest
just
in-
have your date night over at whatever that thing is, and you could do something else after.
Yeah. It's like, it really all depends on the time frame. But, like, I get what they're saying, and it's still sound advice, but...
Yeah.
So...
our marriage, and just to continue to keep the relationship strong.
Yeah, and we're growing in it too, because a lot of times it just ends up being the same thing. So like to get more creative with it, and just keep the flames burning, as they say. We wanna
embers
keep those embers, like it's something you have to be intentional with. So then, lastly, would be just a vibrant prayer life, which we've grown a lot in the last year or two. And then our church has been really focused on that lately as well. So just growing in the intentionality behind prayer, not just kind of, we're praying together every day. There's never been a day that I can remember that we haven't prayed together.
That's great.
But something that would be more intentional, and what we want to have happen is like we go into the bedroom, we're on our knees, intentional with a list of things that we want to make sure we cover together. She'll pray, I'll pray, back and forth for people that we know and care about. And
Together in the bedroom on our knees.
God damn it. One day I put my foot down and said, honey, let's play Fortnite.
Continue. That was all I wanted to say.
Okay.
our times for our marriage, for things on our hearts, where we'd like to grow. That's really something that we've been taking more to heart lately and really focusing on.
Yeah, and it just keeps our hearts and our perspective focused on the Lord and saying we can't do this. We need the Lord in our marriage. We need to intercede on behalf of other people that we know, other marriages, other relationships, and so it just always keeps us as a couple centered on Christ and constantly acknowledging Him. We need you, Christ. So those are just a few of the things that we do that we're striving to do just to build a strong marriage. So whether you're single or married,
Goals.
Marriage goals.
hashtag goals, couple goals. So
God damn it. Hashtag goal. Seriously?
Oh, hello, kids. the most awkward beard I've ever seen. I'm sorry. He's the most awkward gay person I've ever seen, and she's the most awkward beard.
We know there are a lot of you married girls who watch our YouTube channel in addition to a lot of single girls, and so we just hope for those of you who are in a marriage that just hearing kind of the insights on what we do to build a strong marriage is just an encouragement to you to stay after it, to be intentional, to pursue Christ in your own marriage. Thanks so much for watching today's...
Nope. Okay, so... Oh, jeez, I got over 2 minutes of oh my... It really is over 2 minutes to just plug at the end.
Yup. Yep, sounds about right.
Okay, so, oh, actually, you know what? Just for kicks, what's their Patreon? 204 patrons of... Their best friend... No, friend, best friend, sister, and kindred spirit.
Where's the list?
They have 204 patrons. And that is, what is that? Per creation, so.
But where is the list?
The list, oh, that list.
Yep.
Our info, events. Did you, oh, dating questions link. Oh, no. For those asking, here's a list. Oh, geez, why is it on their Facebook?
Oh, God. See what I did there?
Okay. Okay, so your questions for dating/courtship.
Ask away.
What are the evidences of your salvation?
None. Go on.
What do you understand to be the role of baptism?
To get a whole...
What about the Lord's Supper? Who should participate in these sacraments?
Anyone that wants a really crappy snack.
I mean...
Some fake salty minis.
I mean, anybody who wants a really crappy snack to be a pretend cannibal? But...
Seriously, those saltine crackers minis are stale. Some people use actual bread, and that's way better. You get like an actual little snack.
Yeah.
Snack.
Okay, so like, what do you understand to be God's priorities or purposes for the church? How important is corporate worship, other participation in church life? What is your view on the Sabbath and the proper use of that day?
Dude, it is the best day for watching WWE pay-per-views.
What do you see as a man's role in the local church? Your own role?
The man's role and the woman's role? That's what it's asking?
And the very next one is, what do you see as your wife's role in the local church ministry?
She shouldn't have any role. She's not allowed to teach or exercise authority. She needs to sit down and shut the fuck up.
Hey, giblets.
Hey! Hey, how's it going?
Just, cringe.
You've missed it. You're girls to find videos. It's been delightful.
No, it hasn't. But, okay, so, how important is it to be in the part of a small accountability/support group? Okay.
Well, I guess that depends. I'm not in the AA, and I don't think I need to be yet.
Okay.
So, I think I'm alright right now.
But, hey, giblets, and for context, this is their list of 130 questions, apparently, to better understand their partner that they are with. Like, with as present tense, not going to be with or seeking to be with.
Danny, we discussed this. You already know a good Christian girl would not date another girl. This works.
Okay. Okay, so what would our family devotions look like? Who leads out in this? Obviously, you lead.
Obviously not in a good Christian household. One should not exercise authority. Should not teach or exercise authority over a man.
God damn it, Giblets.
It looks like you get that job. That job. Wish we had shrooms.
Okay, okay. So, you know, I'm just gonna start highlighting where we are, because I keep on laughing and losing where I am. Okay. Are we doing this now in an appropriate way? Praying together about our lives and future? Reading the Bible together?
The worst dates ever.
Okay, so how do you view age segregation in the church? Youth group, Sunday school?
Oh, what does that matter? I mean...
It really doesn't.
The only difference is that when you're in
It's like
your teen years, in the youth group years, they start telling you about... They put a huge emphasis on avoiding sexual sin.
yeah, it's like
That's Bible reading.
it's not wrong. Okay, so what is your view on the celebration of Christmas and Easter?
Both are pagan holidays
Incredibly.
that they try to pass off as Christian.
It's like
They're not.
Christmas, Yuletide. It is so, like, everything about it is pagan. Like, everything about it. Like, the only thing not pagan is the name and the nativity scene. That's it.
Easter was initially a holiday meant to celebrate, basically the circle of life and the rebirth, springtime, that sort of thing.
I forget which... I forget what gods... Because it was in multiple different areas. I forget which ones did the Easter. Like, I want to say maybe... part of me wants to say Isis. Before anybody tries saying the Islamic State bullshit, no. Isis, the Egyptian goddess. Because I want to say she was the goddess of life.
No, I think there was actually a... God, no, it wasn't Isis. It was another... shit. I read about it a while ago. No, I can't remember. I'll look it up later.
Oh, magic.
I don't...
Isis is the god of magic, as Danny says.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. D&D lore together, does that count? You mean the sacred text of our Lord and Savior Gary Gygax? My view is I gain an average 3 pounds per day during fourth dinner, maybe, mainly. Not wrong. Yeah, Kronos is he was a titan of time. Kronos is a titan.
What other questions we got?
Okay, so how would you view those who know you, or how would those who know you well describe your personal character?
I'm not sure I even want to know the answer to that question.
I'm an asshole. Like, I have a bad... Like, I was really, really bad for just picking on people, just in, like, a big brother kind of way.
I thought you were going to say because of your Facebook fights that you get into on a daily basis.
That too. What is your opinion on personal witnessing? What the hell is personal witnessing?
Like, their word for, what am I going to say? For sharing the word. Gospels. I think that's what it means.
There are no witnesses. And yeah, Kronos with a C might actually be the Roman god of time. But yeah, Kronos with a K was a Greek titan. So.
Not even a little, Danny. Not even a little convoluted.
What would you say is your spiritual gift or gifts?
Well, I don't believe that the spirit actually exists, so I would say none.
Okay. And what would you say is your spiritual, or no, strengths? What are your spiritual strengths?
Defer to the previous question.
Well, there's 2 fails. Recognizing we are all imperfect. In what 1 or 2 areas do you think God wants you to improve most?
I think he exists. I don't think he wants anything.
Okay, so that question is good. Remove God. Recognizing we are all imperfect. In what 1 or 2 areas do you think you could improve?
That's a decent question.
Yeah, that is a solid question without religion as a driving force on it.
Giblets, I feel like I'm at the DMV with all these questions.
No, the DMV has less questions.
It makes you sit a bit longer, whereas a church makes you sit and stand repeatedly.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, and do you have a teachable spirit? Can you cite any examples?
Teachable spirit? I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Neither do I.
Is that their way of saying, like you're open to the teachings of the church or whatever? Like, if they tell you something, you obey? I'm not sure what else that means.
Or are you somebody who's willing to submit to authority? That sounds like it's very in language, and I am not in, so I don't understand.
The best thing I could think of that they would mean is that they're trying to say the church tells you this.
Yeah.
You believe it and follow whatever rule are set in place because of it.
And okay, so relationships. Describe your relationship with your father. Was it honoring? Or is it honoring? Or is it obedient?
That's really creepy. I want to move on to the next question, please.
The next question is the same exact, but for mother.
Slightly, I don't know. It's still pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Next.
Like, how many siblings do you have? What are their names, ages, cities of residence? Can you describe your relationship with each of your siblings?
Any of them hotter than you?
That got a little deeper than it should have.
What's their social security number?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Blood type.
Can you describe your relationship with your grandparents?
Did you legit date a furry for a while? I don't think I've ever actually heard this.
Wait, what? Oh, geez. Okay. I've never dated that crazy of a woman. These questions seem far beyond morality. That's saying a lot. I did it for... Okay, so... Okay, here's the thing. Was it straight up a furry? Like a full fursuit furry? Were they just wearing a tail, or did they just do the artwork? Like, what level of furry were they?
Were they beginner furry? Were they dabbling furry? Were they committed furry? Is their persona? We need to know.
I love how we just went from reading these questions to, like, interrogating the audience.
Specifically, Jules.
Partial, she seemed nice, most do. Same for most stray dogs and rabies.
Oh, no.
God damn it, Giblets. It's like, as a whole, the furry community is extremely welcoming. Sometimes a little too much. Considering that I know somebody who accidentally said yes to yiffing before he realized what they were.
No! Oh, no! Let us move on.
Okay.
Depart from this conversation. I would read it, but it's too small. I can't see it.
Okay. Can you describe your relationship with your friends? Have you ever been peer dependent, and how did you resist this?
Peer dependent?
Like you're dependent on having people around you is how I would interpret that. I would actually have to say yes, I was for that one. Because I was, like, because I did, in a way, over-rely on some friends in middle school. So, but here, the thing is, if I didn't, the likelihood that I wouldn't have made it would have gone up significantly. Hey, furries are sometimes okay. 90% gay by today's standards. Listen, I'm okay with some kinks. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. Okay. Are you constantly faithful in fulfilling your commitments? Give examples. Do you show a regular willingness to serve others? In what ways? Oh, jeez. In what ways is self-centeredness expressed in your life? How do you relate to authority in your life? If so, what adjectives would your employers use to describe you?
Down with the man!
Oh, jeez. Have you ever been a supervisor? If so, what adjectives would your employees use to describe you?
Good ones if they want to stay employees.
God damn it. Are you ever manipulative of others? A true manipulator is not going to say yes.
Exactly. I was just about to say it. I don't think you thought these questions through.
They really didn't. Like, what?
Giblets is the best Hogwarts teacher.
I teach baloney at Hogwarts.
Oh my gosh.
And side note, that word right there, baloney, is a perfect case example of why English is fucking weird.
Okay, don't go off on your tangents. Come back.
What kinds of situations cause you frustration? How do you respond? That's a good question.
You know what kind of situations cause me
Yeah,
frustration?
work.
That wasn't where I was going with that at all.
Oh,
You assume what's going on in my brain? I was gonna say things that frustrate me include people trying to tell me how I need to live my life when they don't know a damn thing about me. Help me. Cough. Cough. Also, people that equate having sex to being a piece of tape. And if you
yeah.
have sex with someone, you were a piece of tape that's lost its stickiness. I still think that's the stupidest.
Or
What you call it? Metaphor? Is it with all under
yeah.
metaphor?
Or the chewing gum.
Chewing gum? That was the other one I couldn't remember. I always heard the tape for like the flower losing petals. That was the one I heard. Anyway.
Okay, so what circumstances might make you impatient or angry? How do you handle anger? Have you ever been violent? Do you raise your voice when you are angry?
Nah, I just drink when I get home.
Games are kind of my outlet, so everybody on this channel has seen me very angry at games.
Especially Halo.
Oh God, fucking hate. That is why I have yet to go back to Halo, because
Please
I
don't
know
go
what level I am still on.
Please don't go back. I'm afraid your blood pressure's gonna go back and have a goddamn stroke.
This is why I haven't gone back. Just
Halo's
oh
vape
my
and
God.
Vape and alcohol help immensely. Oh man, what else? Read this. Like, it's just expand everything. It's just very hard for me to read.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Actually, you know what? I might be able to do something. Wait. Here we go.
Yay! Okay, I can read that now. That's better.
We're on this one.
Had to deal with a broken relationship. If so, please provide the details of that relationship. How long ago? The situation and how did you handle it? Why do they need to know exactly how long ago? That makes me a little suspicious. So, like, are we trying to determine, like, how recent is this baggage? Because if it's not within the time, like, outside of this time frame, you just gotta leave that shit. Dump them. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's repeating me.
Yeah, it again, technical issues. Personal
I just
habits
know-
affecting
I just know-
marriage.
I'm not sure what they mean by personal habits affecting marriage.
No, that's that's a subcategory that includes these questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because they have this asterisk at the start of every question. What are your beliefs regarding diet? Are your eating habits disciplined? Do you have any food dislikes? Are you a vegetarian? That is something that you need to know before you date somebody. Even a blind date. A vegetarian, especially, is something that's like, okay.
Yeah, you might want to take them on. If they're a vegetarian, they have specific food needs. You might want to take them to a place where they can have options for their diet. That just out of consideration for that person.
If that one restaurant I like was open tomorrow, it's Sunday, so sadly they are not, I would totally order a triple cheeseburger.
Dude, I'm so hungry right now. Cheeseburger sounds good. Let's see. What else? Do you smoke? What are your views on smoking? Nah, I mean, I vape.
Okay. And do you have any physical or mental disabilities or diseases? Any allergies, prior or current health problems?
You just want to know my whole backstory. Like, I feel like I just need to make a file. You know, like, what's it called? Like a dossier here.
God damn it, giblets! I. Fish is meat, though.
If you eat fish, then you're not a vegetarian. You're pescatarian.
Yeah,
Pescatarian.
it's just a breakdown in terminology.
A vegetarian. If you say you're vegetarian, you eat vegetables and you have milk, eggs. If you're vegan, you don't have any meat or any animal products.
Yeah, fish is a meat.
Yes, fish is a meat.
So, pescatarian, right?
Yes. Fish is a meat. It's just like it's flesh. It's the flesh of an animal. Ergo, it is meat. It does not grow in the ground.
I'm sorry, Wolf.
Nothing wrong with being a pescatarian.
No. If anything, it's more sustainable, honestly.
It gets you some good protein. It's a very healthy diet.
No, it's just a breakdown in the terminology. And pescatarian, honestly, this is one of the first times I've heard that word in context with what it is. So I'm going on 29 this year. I did not know what that was. So, be nice, Danny.
He knows now. It's fine.
Yes.
What do you know? More so like if your goal is to be a vegetarian, then unfortunately, you would have to nix the fish. But pescatarian is also good. There's nothing wrong with being pescatarian.
I suppose this is going to be an overgeneralization. If it breathes and poops, you don't eat it.
That's such a gross way of defining it, but I suppose it is accurate. Way to define it if you're trying to discourage someone from eating in general.
This coming from somebody who just had sushi today.
My goodness.
I'm a meatitarian when it comes to bacon.
Bacon.
You know what? Fuck that. I might order pizza tomorrow.
God damn it! I'm so hungry.
Get like
I actually tried to order pizza.
Get that really good pizza. It's like an inch and a half thick.
Dude, I tried to order pizza yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, if you order pizza now, it wouldn't be ready for another 5 hours."
Oh my god!
So they ended up just like refunding me.
Oh my god! Okay, so yeah, salmon is a fish, so salmon's a meat. But
delicious flesh.
But okay. So are your spending habits disciplined? Do you tithe? What is your view of debt? Are my spending habits disciplined? Working on it. Do I tithe? No. What is your view of debt? Sadly, in today's world, it's required.
Speak for yourself. Cough, cough.
Credit. To establish credit, sadly, debt is required.
I see. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing.
I know. Yeah. It's like, sadly, with the credit system, debt is required. Yep. Yep. This is one of the reasons. This is actually one of the jokes that Sarah and I made. Is another reason we're perfect together. She has the monies, I has the credit.
Exactly. I have absolutely no credit, and like I've tried to apply for credit cards, and because I don't have any credit, I can't get a freaking credit card. Oh. Super obnoxious.
If it shines for me, it's fool's gold.
Oh my god.
Do those Christian thoughts need my full biography or some shit? It looks... No, this is supposed to be like questions you ask your significant other. And it's like, oh my god, they are getting...
They're super weird. Like...
These are really in-depth, what they're asking. It's like... By the time... If they honestly go through all of these questions, there is nothing left secret. There is nothing left hidden. Like, how would you describe your work ethic? Do you have a high standard of excellence? Do you tend to be slothful or a workaholic? How many hours per week do you work? I
just want to skip ahead to a particular question I just saw. Read regularly, and if so, what was your favorite? Sorry, who is your favorite author outside of the Bible? Excuse me, outside the Bible. What would be your 5 favorite nonfiction books?
Nonfiction book.
Pretty sure the Bible doesn't fall under nonfiction.
Yeah. Bible's fiction.
We'll say, as far as my favorite nonfiction fiction books, Bible does not fall under those categories for me.
I still love how we went to what was it, Barnes and Noble, and put this book is gay next to the.
Oh yeah. So whenever Mike came down here to visit, we went to Barnes and Noble because we have the coolest dates. It was really fun though. We were goofing around, trying everything out, and we saw the it's like Christian or religious fiction, something like that.
No, we found this book is gay, and then I asked you where the Bible was, because the book was horribly out of place.
No, because we found the book that said this book is gay, and then we didn't put it next to the Bible. We put it in the Christian fiction section where it ended up. It may not have been Christian fiction, but it was like the religious section because it wasn't.
I mean, you took a photo of it. Actually, you could probably post a photo in the Discord.
That's true. If I can find my phone, there it is. It's hiding in my nest of covers.
I can't even afford to pay attention much. These questions are from Hitler, I swear. Okay, so I think I fall under workaholic.
Yeah, you do. You tend to work a lot.
Like 40 to... Oh god, next week is going to be 60 hours. Oh god damn it. I won't be able to stream next week because I'm a stupid.
You do this.
I'm a stupid.
Oh lord. Oh, okay. So the book that we found is This Book is Gay by Juno Dawson. And we put it in the Christian Living section next to Jesus Always and Jesus Calling. I'm sorry, there is Jesus Always and Jesus Calling. This Book is Gay is between the two of those.
Okay, so do you travel to your job? If a relocation was offered to you by an employer, would you consider it? What would you weigh considering such a move? That is actually a good question.
Mm-hmm.
What's your discipline in studying? None.
It took me a split second to realize that they meant studying the Bible.
Yeah.
Because for a split second I'm like, oh thank God I'm not in school anymore, so I don't have to study. And then I realized,
Do you read regularly? You already read that. What are your habits regarding sleeping? Habits?
For the week. Drink coffee. Coffee. Bless you.
God damn it.
I guess allergic to stupid questions.
Apparently.
A regular schedule? No. Are you organized? No. Consider yourself neat or messy? Depends on the day for me. Mike is definitely messy.
Meh.
But you...
I cannot deny that.
No. When you came to visit...
I lived out of that suitcase.
Within 5 minutes of being in my apartment that I had just cleaned thoroughly, there was shit all over all over the chairs and the couch, like there just stuff everywhere.
Sorry.
I'm like, why did I clean? What was I thinking?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It wasn't that big a deal. It was more funny than anything.
Okay. Are you organized? What is your practice regarding personal prayer? What is your level of personal cleanliness and hygiene? Do you have any personal habits that might annoy others? Interesting.
Sometimes people that have personal habits like that don't realize that they annoy others.
Yeah. You want Long John Silver's now? I have not had them in a long, long time.
Used to have one of those in Valley, but that was a long time ago. I don't think there is one around there anymore.
Okay.
I don't think. But anyway.
Marital roles. If you already subscribe to the concept of courtship, give me your definition of it.
Got this one. Courtship is just dating, but lame. All it means is dating, but where you and the person you're dating cannot be alone together at all. Basically, can only give each other awkward side hugs. That's all that courting is. Courting is lame as fuck, and it is stupid, and it is no way to build a healthy, intimate relationship with another person.
Yeah. Do you tend to be more of a leader or follower? I'm
Depends on the situation.
Yeah, I'm 50-50. It's like if I have the experience at work right now, I absolutely take the lead. That's mostly because the person being paid to be the leader is shit at the job.
For sure, you have
What's that?
that job now, though.
That's why I'm a stupid. So I will be training.
Oh, I'm dumb. I forgot that was the reason. Okay.
Yep, I will be training and then accepting and then kicking him off that job. So.
Oh, hold on. What is your attitude towards women? What is their purpose?
Oh my god.
This, I know the answer is for making babies, for pleasing their man in the bedroom, and making sure the house is clean and tidy.
No.
And when the babies are born, you make sure to take care of them.
No, that's not women. That's this question.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Your role as a woman is to become a wife, and then that's what you do as the wife.
Courting should be left to Judge Judy. God damn it, giblets.
You don't become a tainted, an unsticky piece of tape or a chewed piece of gum or whatever. No.
Well spoken like a lady who hits doors a lot.
What?
Okay. What are your views on women working outside the home? Full support.
Such a terrible Christian.
What are your views concerning divorce and remarriage? I mean, if I denounce that, that means I'm denouncing my father.
Some people, you just need to let go.
Yeah. If something doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
Especially when the other person's being a little low.
Yeah. This is why my mother is my stepmother. The rest of it shall not be mentioned on stream.
Oh gosh. Can you tell me your thoughts on how a man should provide for a wife and family?
I mean, you would provide a lot more than me.
And
Okay.
can you tell me your thoughts on how a man should protect a wife and children? How do you feel about guns? Oh,
I am shocked that one is in there.
an interesting one. I'm not shocked. I'm just wasn't like
That is surprisingly specific.
I'm not surprised. It's like pretty sure that's just a not so subtle way of asking, do you support the Second Amendment?
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's like, oh, I definitely know how you feel about guns, Wolf.
You've been very clear about that.
Yeah, it's like I am all for regulation. I am all for making sure they're registered. And I'm also for having some type of, especially for those who want concealed carry. Especially for them. I feel that another requirement before you get the CPL should be a kind of like a mental check, mental health evaluation.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm just thinking about the guns thing. I'm remembering the story that Giblets was telling the other day. It was 2 stray dogs, right? I won't go into that story. I can't tell it as well. But suffice it to say, someone might have felt the need to check Giblet's mental health after that.
Oh, god damn it. But no, it's like I know I keep on referencing every now and again is my past history is my 8th grade principal. My 8th grade principal, my time in 7th and 8th grade was so poor that the fucking principal literally asked my father if there was any firearms I had access to.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that. Oof. Blunt.
It's
He's
all because that I had a they gave us like the big picture. So it's this big colored poster of everybody's photo and name from your grade. Because I was using Sharpie to black people out, I didn't get along with people I wanted to forget. They took that as a hit list. I'm sorry, common sense on a hit list is you cross people out once they're gone.
would make a lot more sense.
Okay, so you want this person gone. Who is it? There's somewhere between this name and this name. Well,
okay,
shit.
so he's telling me to tell the story. Okay, you may have to correct me if I get something wrong, but if I remember the story correctly, he's in there were 2 stray dogs. I believe they were to attack one of his girlfriend's cat, and he went out with a gun to get rid of them to go away. What ended up happening was the dogs ended up knocking him over, and he ended up screwing up his leg. Like it got all scraped and scratched up, real fucking nasty. And got away completely unscathed.
Okay.
Him off at least,
Wait, what?
but his whole leg was looking nasty. He apparently freaked out his coworkers pretty good. Good.
Okay. So I just.
All of this was like ass crack of dawn. That's right. The other one knocked him down. My bad. I was gonna get some as far as details.
And this is like we're using a new theme, obviously, because the purple and teal color palette. But I just realized that the theme defaulted my microphone to be the webcam and not the microphone.
Is that why it was screwing up?
No, I don't think so, but still. So I should be a little more clear now.
It sounded clear before I thought.
So. Yeah, no, Discord's still messing up.
Oh, okay. Dang it.
Because I just heard a clear I thought. Okay, so how do you see your future relationship with your in-laws working out? That's a good question. I kind of need to meet them first.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the next question.
How do you relate to children? How often are you around children? What is your attitude toward adopting children? Okay, that's 2 questions there. All for adopting? How do I relate to children? I am like the only party I've ever been to where I was the life of the party was when I was at birthday parties for like 5-year-old kids because I was the one who took it upon myself to entertain the kids. It took me 30 minutes to set up the damn plastic bowling pins for the birthday kid. Because all the other kids kept knocking them down.
That sounds accurate. Fucking giblets, though. LOL, that's a Dateline question. Wrong.
It's like, I love children. But, it's like, what are your thoughts on family worship? What would be the key attributes of such a practice in the home? When you fail someone, what actions do you take to rectify the situation? Whatever are required.
Next question is hilarious to me. Are you honest? Do you ever slant the truth for your own benefit?
No, never.
Would a dishonest person say that they are not dishonest because it seems to go against the concept of dishonesty, you dingbats?
Yeah. Especially going back to the other question of, are you manipulative? Yeah, that's not gonna...
These are some geniuses right here.
Okay. How have you prepared yourself for marriage? You don't. Not really.
We'll never be ready.
In what ways do you think you may need to grow before marriage? I mean, physically closer.
That would definitely help. Yes. What the hell? What does leave and cleave mean to you? I don't think I've heard that one.
What the fuck?
It's the same thing. What the fuck is leave and cleave? I have things that... Okay, hold on. Let's...
What is...
Oh. It's referring to the idea that you're married, you leave your parents, and then the tier ranking becomes God comes first, then your spouse, and then your children. The idea. So leave and cleave is referring to once you're married, you leave your parents and you separate from them, essentially, so that they become less of a priority than your spouse.
Interesting way to fucking write that.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like something a serial killer would write, but sure, yeah. Leave, cool beans.
Okay.
Give me an example of what this may look like to you. A slasher film. That's what it would look like to me.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
What are your standards of propriety? I can't say the word propriety, apparently. Yes. How do you dress?
Oh, jeez.
In scrubs most of the time.
Describe your views. Dress for women. What are your views on public swimming?
Fuck.
Do you watch television, R-rated movies, PG-rated movies? What were the last 5 movies you watched?
I want to go back to, what are your views on public swimming? Are there views to be had on public swimming?
They're probably talking about how revealing the swimsuits are. That's probably more what they're going toward, more shaming of the women for dress. Or lack thereof.
Or still wearing bikini.
Yeah.
They stare at people swimming. Just have the binoculars. Sit by the pool in one of the little lounge chairs, lean back and put binoculars.
God damn it. What kind of music do you prefer? What kind of music would you find offensive?
Christian contemporary music. Shit is terrible. It just abuses 3 to 4 chords, the same 3 to 4 chords all the fucking time, and then the lyrics are just copy-pasted verses from the Bible. It's the laziest music. Children's songs put in more effort into creativity.
Kids Bop does.
Puts in more creativity. Sad.
But I would think for me is modern day popular rap is irritating as all hell.
There are very few rap songs I can really listen to. The mumble rap is especially painful.
Yeah.
I heard someone describe it as it just sounds like everyone's on cough syrup and Xanax.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty accurate.
Russian black death metal, but worship.
Rad. A potential video I had considered throwing out there to react to was someone as a pastor reacting to the band Ghost.
Oh jeez.
I figured this would provide more material.
Have you ever? I mean, we didn't even know this was going to be part of it.
No, yeah.
Have you ever been exposed to homosexuality? No. Obviously, I have not been exposed to Danny and Rook and well, 6 of my other friends. Jeez. Just once, it was an ad.
That fucking Cheerios commercial.
It's like,
Or no, it wasn't Cheerios. It was Campbell's, wasn't it?
Yeah, Campbell's soup. It's like,
Yeah,
your ad makes me sick. We have chicken noodle soup for that.
That's so funny.
In that anime trap stuff. Actually, on the topic of anime, homosexuality done right, like super right in anime, was recently done in Ruby. I
should have known this would come to Ruby at some point. Go on.
No, it's like just how they presented it was done really well. They basically presented it, hey, they arrived in this town. Hey, this character's sister happens to live here. So they went to go stay with her. And they're talking, they're chatting, they're playing with the sister's child. And then another woman comes through the door. Oh, hey, this is my wife. They present her as, oh, this is just someone else that just happens to be there. They don't make a big deal out of it. And as soon as that line passes, it just keeps on going. They just present it as, hey, as a matter of fact, this is my wife, introduced, and then everything goes on.
It's just made normal.
Yeah.
So, makes sense. Currently use any type of drugs? No. Never.
Do I have any financial debt? No, totally no. Totally don't have a house.
Have you ever been in trouble with the law? No. They caught me, bitch.
God damn it.
Don't get caught.
2 tickets, but a long fucking time ago. Like one when I was 18 and the other when I was 21. So a long while ago. Nope, they couldn't prove it. God damn it.
And the earlier comment, respectful, cool. Was there a bonus kiss scene?
And as Danny just said, it was so low key that they forgot it happened. Like it was done so well.
No body, no crime.
God damn it. No debt, no trouble. Jeez. What tendencies do you have toward prejudice or racism? Obviously better than the Bible. Have you ever had periods of rebellion?
Being a teenager.
No, never. I've never had problems with rebellion. Go fuck yourself.
Are there any unsettled issues with your parents? It's not a phase, Mom.
I mean, I speak to my father, and the other one has a standing order to never speak to me again. So, I'm not really unsettled. I feel that's kind of a final thing.
All I can think of is some, like, just back to the 2000s, some, emo teenagers like,
God damn it.
You just don't understand me, Mom. Goes in the room, crawling in my skin.
Linkin Park was my favorite band for a long goddamn time. I've gone back and listened to a lot of the songs that I used to love as I was in high school, and I'll sit there listen to it now. I was like, God damn, I was depressed.
That's what I did that. I wish y'all could have seen his face. He looked slightly offended her to send.
It's okay, some examples. Stone Sour, the song Bother. All of Linkin Park.
I can enjoy some Linkin Park songs, but we can't deny they fall into the emo category.
Yeah, they definitely do. My Chemical Romance is kind of your poster child emo.
I like some My Chemical Romance songs.
Lost Prophets I liked.
That.
In particular for them, I like the song Rooftops.
Rooftops?
Yeah.
Rooftops? Okay.
Which literally their chorus is standing on the rooftops, everybody scream your heart out.
Weezer is awesome.
I did not listen to that much of Weezer. Blue October was another one.
Oh man, I remember Blue October. 2 songs, but I remember.
Charlotte?
Good Charlotte.
Good Charlotte.
Good Charlotte.
It's been a while since I listened to them. So, there was a few songs of Disturbed. In particular, the song Pain Redefined.
Lordy.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I was fucking depressed as a kid. Evanescence. Hinder had a few songs.
Yeah.
But
anyway, we got really stuck on that one.
Oh god. Only MCR and was a brony. Oh jeez.
some interesting tastes.
That is, yeah, okay. Nope, not touching that one. What are your political leanings? Everywhere, kind of. Mostly moderate. Moderate's the easiest because there's...
I'm like trying to predict their answers. Like, what is or are your favorite sources for news? Fox News and only Fox News.
No, they probably like Breitbart. And InfoWars. The frickin' frog's gay.
Oh, that's right. They're turning the frickin' frogs gay.
I lean forward when I have to pee. God damn it.
Sorry, giblets, don't lie.
Like, what is your attitude towards pets, indoor, outdoor? Both? Depends on the pet.
What are your thoughts on immunizations? Get your fucking immunizations. Get vaccinated.
Vaccinate your fucking crotch goblins. I love that so much, and I'm going to use that from here on.
Okay, there you are. You cut out for a little bit there. Do you... Oh, I skipped. What is the role of psychology in the life of a Christian? Apparently you fucking ignore it. Get up, Buttercup.
How do I tend to spend my spare time? I shall gesture toward the computer and the stream right now.
Your future. Can you describe your life purpose? I.e., how you intend to use your interests, experiences, skills, and talents to serve and glorify God.
Okay.
Role with your wife and children. Oh, God.
Sorry.
What have you done? What role would your wife and children play in your life purpose? Well, I would hope the wife and children would get to have their own life purpose at some point.
And not relive the story of Job.
Oof.
Back with anti-vax girls are awesome. Only God damn it, giblets! God damn it!
It's terrible, but it's true. Oh my god. Not wrong. It's not wrong.
God damn it!
8 though, I'm surprised. I think 6. You guys are sick. There is.
Do you prefer to live in the city, suburbs, town, or country? I tend to actually like I like the country up here. Like, how I describe my dad's house is it's quiet, but you're like 10 minutes from town and 15 minutes from the middle of nowhere.
I just don't want to live anywhere too crowded. It's pretty much what it boils down to.
It's like there may be over 100,000 people in where I live, but it doesn't really feel like it a lot of times.
You're good, Blitz.
You're fine. I was not expecting that. That was really well. That was really well done.
I was laughing.
Oh. I'm sorry.
I skipped ahead a bit past the boring ones. When the Lord calls you home, how would you like people to remember you? That's a strange way of saying when you die.
God damn it, giblets.
Oh, shit.
But, and actually going back up to this one, like, I was getting straight up angry with, one of the people I was having a debate with, because they treat it like people who are atheist have no drive. They have no end goal. It's like, what do you hope to have it in the end? It's like, for me, it's like, so long as I try to leave this world with a little less suffering than there was when I got here, I can pass content. So long as I help these people with a little bit that I could. It's like...
Oof. Very nice.
Exactly.
I agreed.
Expectation. Do you have personal timetable for marriage? No.
Really? What are expectations about situations where one of us might be alone with someone of the opposite sex?
I trust you.
What do you mean alone in a room with the opposite sex? How dare you?
I trust you.
In this context, that's fine. In other contexts, be wary.
Like as a whole, it's like, it really all comes down to, I trust you.
I trust you as well.
And
that is funny. That is true. It's like, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh,
like,
man.
oh God, like how awkward and how trusting my friends were, because like I grew up with most of my friends being girls, because fuck men. I still have, yeah, whatever. But no, I still have fairly strong trust issues with guys, because yeah, I had a lot of males get to know me and then immediately use what they learned about me against me. But
Actually, I think you just got unlucky roll of the dice there, because women tend to do the same thing.
Yeah.
You just happen to be around some shitty ones.
Yeah. God damn it. But no,
I'm appreciating all the trust and love in this chat right now.
But no, like one of the things that I saw that was kind of sad on my part. This is how some of the friends that I had viewed me. Went to hang out at one girl's house, and she was showing me what dresses she was going to wear to prom.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like how she showed, or like had me help her pick one. Like she walked into the bedroom holding the dress, like no top on, the dress up against her is how she showed me. It's like, wait, what? Okay.
Were you confused for the gay best friend?
Apparently I was.
Damn. Damn. That's either hardcore flirting or you being the gay.
Which, hindsight, after this point, she was trying to drop hints, and I knew that she liked me. And hindsight, I am so fucking glad I never dated her.
Jeez.
No, what type of education are you hoping your future wife will have? An education is awesome.
Why? Okay, hold on. Some of these were like geared towards both partners. What about the expectations of the husband?
Most of these are only geared toward the wife, the woman. Like, almost none of these mention the guy.
Double standards.
It's the Bible. What do you expect?
She will learn to cook.
List the 5 most important characteristics of a wife for you personally. List any characteristics or personality traits that would bother you or irritate you in a wife. Oh, geez. How are tasks shared in the home? Cooking, cleaning, blah, blah, blah. Oh, washing dishes, yard work, car upkeep, repair, shopping for food, and household stuff. Okay.
Oh, they actually are talking about sharing tasks. That's nice. Good. Good job.
I mean, that right there is that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Out of these, what they say, 130? Like, only like 10 of these have been good so far.
I do like the one that is, should we have children? That is nice, that they actually consider the option that maybe we don't need to have children.
Yeah. What are the expectations for togetherness? Ideal non-special evening. Okay, how many, how far apart? Would we consider adoption? How far apart? That is a good question. So that one I don't really know. Too far apart, the older sibling is gonna be too old, and it's basically you. Even though you have 2 or 3 children, if they're too far apart, it's basically you got 2 or 3 only kids.
Hey now. I mean, Noah and I are pretty far apart.
Yeah.
It works out.
But yeah, how many times do you act like an older sister, or do you act more like a mother sometimes?
It's still big sister. It's more like I spoil him a little more than
Yeah.
I did in Jacob and Caleb, but that was very different because you know, at the time, I'm, you know, being sweet to your little brothers whenever they're 3 years older than you, or I'm sorry, 3 years younger than you, five, a little different, because then it's just like doing something for them and like talking real sweet and like, oh, here you go, and you know, you try to do things like that. You're bigger, you know, you're older, you can do more for them. So just how you spoil them is a little different. Okay. What's your point, though?
Yeah. Keep it simple, you guys. But, okay, so what are the appropriate ways to discipline them? How many strikes before they're whatever? Okay. What are the expectations of time spent with them, and when do they go to bed?
I would never say that on stream.
What signs of affection will you show them? What about school, homeschool, Christian school, public school? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Denied, rejected, vetoed.
School, homeschool, and public school are the options I see here.
I think, honestly, like, I'm not against homeschooling for, you know, the future, but I think if better...
Like, if they can go to public...
Considering our situation, I think in our case, it would be better if there is a good school, then, yeah, I would send them to a good school. Like, I consider homeschooling... I would consider it more situation like where I used to live. The schools there weren't that great.
Yeah.
Just
it's like where the schools aren't that great, or like where my situation, the amount of trouble that I had with my peers.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that kind of stuff I can kind of understand. But as a whole, public school, they can potentially make good connections, and we might be able to try doing like a supplementary, like learning together kind of thing afterward.
Right. I think really like socialization thing was much better for me once I was homeschooled. I made a lot more friends afterwards because I wasn't in the very small and cliquey school that I was attending. I think one of the biggest issues that I've seen for homeschoolers is when they want to get real into sports.
God damn it, giblets.
Yeah, I know. I saw that too. And today we're going to learn about Oedipus. No, just the biggest one has been sports because, like, I know the issue for a lot of other kids who are homeschooled was that they wanted to compete in a particular sport, it became a lot harder because they were not allowed to with any of the local schools, and there wasn't any coaches that they could join and work with lived. You pretty much, if you wanted to do something like that as a homeschooler, you had to go an hour away.
Yeah.
Away. So.
God damn it, giblets.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong. Fucking Bama, man.
Okay. Own a home or not. I prefer owning because if I want to if I want to do something, I don't have to ask anybody to do it. What kind of neighborhood? Preferably one that I have a bigger yard. Because, like, I really wish this yard is bigger because I want to shoot my bow.
Oh, yeah.
I want enough room to actually be able to use my bow. I miss shooting that thing.
That you would be better off with, like, land. Like, I guess country would be a good option for that. So that, for safety reasons.
Or just get, like, hay bales or whatever as, like, a backdrop behind the target.
Sure, yeah. But how many cars, new or used? Views of money in general? How much to the church?
Nothing.
Not a penny. How do you make money decisions? Where will you buy clothes? Department store, thrift store, in between? Why? You can find some fun stuff. Just make sure you watch it very well.
And department store typically, but then again, after a while, I just have a bad habit of like wearing things until they fall apart.
I've seen that. Oh gosh.
Entertainment. How much money should we spend on entertainment? Oh, this is the end of it. Okay.
Oh, you're almost there.
How often should we eat out? I mean, we're
way more right now, just because I have so many options, and it will kind of peter out at some point. But right now, it's basically been, oh, look at all the fun stuff I can eat now.
Yeah.
It's not just Whataburger every week. I still have Whataburger, but just not as often as I did. There's a little more variety now. So.
But it's like eating out. That's the kind of thing that we could potentially do is like every other week or something as a date.
Oh yeah.
Like what kind of vacations would be appropriate and helpful for us? Whatever the fuck we feel like. Like I would love to go visit more countries.
Whataburger is delicious.
How many toys?
I'm not dissing Whataburger. I just appreciate a little variety.
How many toys? Snowmobiles, boat, cabin? What?
What?
That is such a weird... Should we have a television? No, totally not. I totally don't...
Picture box in our home. Gonna be exposed to Hollywood and all its sins.
I totally don't live in a house that has 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 TVs.
That's crazy. What is weird? What is fitting to watch? I don't know. Whatever I feel like. Whatever.
What are the criteria for movies in theater? What are the guidelines for the kids?
Okay.
Maturity.
Pretty much. If they can handle it, then we're good.
Cinemax.
I'm not going to be showing the Poltergeist to a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
You know. But if they're I'm not gonna say either that you can't watch a PG-13 movie unless you are 13 or over.
It's like,
you know.
I wonder how many people know this movie. The movie The Rock with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery. That was my very first rated R movie. I was 7.
Dylan. I can't make any such claims. I was not allowed to. When I specifically mentioned the PG-13 thing, that was a rule that was enforced on me, but not my other siblings.
They gave up.
Frustrated me to no end. Like, I was not allowed to watch Star Wars Episode 3 when it came out, which, granted, it's not that great a movie, but at the time, wanted to see it. I enjoyed Star Wars. And I was super fucking pissed that I couldn't see it because I wasn't 13.
Okay. And conflict. What makes you angry? How would you handle your frustration or anger? Who should bring up an issue that is bothersome? Hopefully, the person who's not having the issue is like, hey, we need to talk about this. What if we disagree both about what should be done and whether it is serious? Okay, this entire section, for the most part, is really, really good. And I'm so happy that they said friends or counselors and did not immediately say priest.
Or pastor.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, as a whole, this entire section, this is actually really well.
It's alright. It's fine. It's fine.
It's like, it's not perfect, but this is legitimate questions that could be good. So, okay.
When they say counselors, do they mean actual counselors or do they mean Christian counselors?
I'm pretty sure that they will imply and definitely say, if you press them on it, pastor, priest, or Christian counselors. But the fact that they did not specify, I'm happy.
That's fair. That's fair.
Go to bed angry. Isn't that makeup sex time? God damn it.
Comment.
I mean, I've heard a lot of people praise angry sex. I have no experience with that, so... Just usually when there's a bad time, there's a lack of. Because both parties are too angry for it. But, okay. So, I do feel that this should be a good end spot.
Yeah, I think that's enough. I think that's all I can handle right now.
Okay. So, I really do like this, theme.
It's nice. My only complaint, if any, it's really not a complaint. It does remind me of like ever had to make a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
Like one of the standard themes that you can pick.
It was like, oh god. It's like, I didn't even put my name here. Oh, shit.
Ending your name. It's alright, we have the
there. Fixed.
Oh? Got the human Twitter there. I still need to like actually set up Twitter. I can't believe I'm in charge of social media crap.
Like
It's so bizarre.
it's like something that's actually really cool with this thing is let's see if it shows it right.
Whoa. Azzy.
Like these are all of the other things that I have access to. Is like I can bring in the Discord, Facebook links, Instagram. Is like I can make new things to put in there.
That is snazzy.
So.
And thank y'all for joining us.
Oh yeah,
it was fun. It was a good time.
Sleeping fun time is better. God damn it. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Well, misery loves company. Thank you for cringing with us. I don't know what the hell we should do for an outro, so.
We don't need an outro.
Yeah, fuck that shit. But yeah, so this channel will be, this is the new channel for this type of content where we look at or do more stuff with the religion. So
subjects.
Yeah.
It's just what we're starting with. It'll probably majority-wise be that, but it would have been on there tonight if we hadn't had issues with YouTube saying we had to wait 24 hours.
So this video will be moved onto that channel, so. Okay, but
good night, everyone.
I don't know. You want to do the honors?
Sure. And